Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Calling All Heroes LCQ, the last chance qualifier. I am so excited to be here. It is an honor to be here with all the Overwatch community. And yeah, I'm just a little emotional because I've been wanting to do this for quite some time. And I know that today is going to be really, really special. So without further ado, I'm your co-host and co-caster for today, Paula Alejandra, aka Pancake Pow. But I would not be able to do this without the one and only Tiny. Tiny, welcome. I'm so excited you're with me today.
Oh, me too. I cannot wait to get into this with you. I've seen you around the Overwatch community, and it's an honor to have you up here. And you're ready. Look at the Diva jacket. You're rocking
I know. She came out of retirement. And she, like 2017, you know, I went to the Overwatch World Cup, and I was like, oh my God, I need to have this jacket. Wore it one time, and I said, if I ever get to wear this jacket, it has to be when I do an official Overwatch event. So it's very special. Very, very special. So I'm so excited to be here, but obviously today is day 2. We had an exciting day 1 last week. So just to recap on everything, this is going to be a great show for anyone who's new to, you know, seeing the last chance qualifiers. And what's great, Tiny, is that, you know, we have some great matchups today. And I feel like since you've been kind of part of the scene, what better person to break this down for us? I feel like you can give us a nice little recap of, you know, just the past, present, and possibly future.
Yeah, this is the last qualifier. Haha, that's in the name. Makes sense, right, Tiny?
Yes.
Yeah, it does. Last chance before we head into the championships that start on December 6th. We have 2 more teams from today that will be taking the spots of the 7th and 8th seed, joining the top 6 who are already decided from the top 3 finishers in our spring and summer season. So out of our players, we have a lot of new faces in this last chance qualifier. We're hoping to get a grab at the champs, but also some that have been so close to that top, and they want a chance to run it all the way through that bracket. So especially, we have 3 teams that we're going to see throughout the day today, 3 matches to play in our double elim format, and of course, a lot of excitement to come from it. But again, we got to look ahead too. Where are we exactly going to be for our map pool? Because this also plays a decent portion into the current meta, right? We're seeing very heavy kind of Tracer, Freya, these more ranged gameplays with the dive, and looking at these maps, they lean very favorably toward that.
Yeah, obviously some of the maps that we've seen from the day 1, and also, you know, just to bring everyone's attention to the show and the program here, you know, and what we're actually getting into, you know, the Calling All Heroes mission is to build an inclusive game here in the esports and esports environment. And so the Calling All Heroes will support the Challenger series, and it will also run alongside the Overwatch Esports in the 2024 and 25 season, in addition to the esports average within the esports 2 with marginalized genders. So just to recap, and the maps that we have are just so wonderful right in front of us. And any standouts here for you, Tiny?
I think the biggest one for me is going to be Atlas. That map very recently added into the game. A point that hasn't necessarily been the favorite amongst a lot of teams. I think Suravasa will, of course, be like, kind of want to go here, but it's definitely a curveball that is available in that map pool. If the team has been really keen on practicing that, I would like to see it come into play today. Whether we actually will, I mean, I love that map. There's a lot of Atlas haters out there, but I'm here for it. Give me some Atlas, and it will be a fantastic day.
I think that's like the challenge, right? Who could have that adaptability? And I love to see that just in, you know, our day 2 and what's going to happen. But, you know, we're going to look into our upper bracket and see what, in fact, you know, what we're getting ourselves into, because it is the upper bracket and lower bracket finals. So who do we have here that, you know, stood out for you day 1 and who you saw kind of, you know, if we're going to talk Oracle style, you know, like, who do you have any predictions as to, you know, who would have been here now?
Yeah, and honestly, this bracket, you look at these 4 teams, this is pretty much how most people expected it to turn out. Vindrive and Valentine are entirely veterans in the scene. They've been playing in Calling All Heroes for multiple seasons, with a couple new additions in the supports, which we'll talk about a little later down the line. But Valentine in particular, a staple name in Calling All Heroes, placed 3rd in the 24-25 season championships, and want to run it back with surprisingly quite a similar roster. But of course, they have the new newcomers in this, right? Cafe Violet, another team who made the playoffs in our previous summer season, ended up going down 7th and 8th, and are looking to get a shot. I think they were a more of a surprise in that event with how well they were able to do, making it out of that initial Swiss stage. So I have high hopes for them, but going against the likes of Valentine and Vinderive, I say they have their tasks pretty cut out for them.
Yeah, and we've had lots of like roster mania situations. I know I've been trying to keep up with this, and it's been so exciting to see how many different changes we've had and names and everything, and trying to keep up with. It's a lot of work if you do cast for these seasons, because there is a lot of changes, which is, I think, kind of makes it kind of spicy. So I do love to see that. But we are going to see also our matchup and what we're going to have today and what we're going to get ourselves into. So for today, I think we have Vinderive and Valentine, two giant contenders coming here. And, obviously, is there any teammates that just seeing from what we've had in the past? Now, do you feel like there's been a great development with Vinderive as to where they've been in the past?
Vinderive, the team and this roster as a whole is pretty new. Cameron and April, this is the first time we're seeing them in Calling All Heroes, and they've had a lot of success in the Face It Masters League, so it's great to see those two joining us, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Big name for me, though, on this roster is Santana. They were on DK, have won multiple titles within Calling All Heroes just this season, and now being on Vinderive, and coming into this roster, hoping to make it back to those champs. We know that they are of the talent to get to that point, but it's just a matter, can this roster do it? This first series against Valentine, this is the one, whoever wins, you're guaranteed a spot in the LCQ. You move on to the grand finals, then you just play for seeding there. So getting a win against Valentine would be great, but of course you do have that cushion underneath you should you need it.
And what I think is really exciting too is looking into this team, Valentine. And I know since we've had so many roster changes, who would you say is the strongest here in the Valentine team?
Well, this actually is not Valentine's roster. I apologize. This is the roster of Cafe Violet. Valentine's roster, sorry about that. Valentine's roster is Kindred on tank, H-Key and Benevolence on DPS, Bernice and AJMR on support. So with those specifically, I mean, this entire roster, on whatever team they were on in the past, was in the championships last year, are looking to make that return, and in my eyes are the clear favorites. In every role, I think they match up against their opponents in Vinderive. The one that stands out to me here is H-Key and Benevolence have been stellar on this Tracer Freya that we've seen so far in this tournament, and I'm really excited to see where that specific head-to-head goes off against the likes of Missin and Nianza.
Yeah, and I feel like for that, day one, it was very clear where they stood in that, series. And I think, now coming in, do you feel like some of these players just play better as we get closer to finals?
Absolutely. I mean, when your backs are up against the wall, that's when your survival instincts have to kick in, right? So, both these teams, yes, you're in the upper bracket. If you lose this game, not the end of the world, but you really want to make it to those championships. That's the point of the LCQ. Both these rosters, I think, have had very strong performances throughout the course of our season. So, I think both of them getting that shot, moving on. I think this is prediction. This, in my head, is what we are going to see as a grand finals matchup. Will we get there? That's what's going to depend. We do have our first set of maps and bans in. Lijiang Tower, of course, personal favorite for many players. We'll be going with a Zarya and a Mei ban to start us off.
Okay. I mean, I can definitely see how Mei is definitely going to be one of the bands for sure, having, especially on this map specifically. And, Zarya being a pick is a no-brainer. I think, too, one of the things that I'd like to see is, how they're going to, if there's going to be any different playstyles, or are they going to just run it just like they did for day one. So I'm very curious as to if they do some modifications, and also if in fact how they adapt with either having some players not be there, whether they're in or out for, today's game.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we do have a couple of substitutions that will be happening. We will not have Bernice, or excuse me, we'll not have Benevolence or AJMR in today for Valentine. We will instead have Phone coming in to play DPS, and Megatron in on the support. Megatron, we haven't really seen her play all that much this year. Phone, well known for making top 8 in OWCS back on the early part of the stage, but now getting the opportunity to come back, play for Calling All Heroes for them. Very well known for a lot of these flex DPS type characters, but it does also mean you're running a double flex DPS, right? You don't necessarily have a dedicated hit scan player on the side of Valentine, and that really could have some impact on those kind of DPS matchups that I was highlighting at the start of this.
Yeah, I feel like some of these players work well when they have. I know for me, someone new in like, will that change the energy at all?
Well, that's what we're going to have to find out here.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out. Phone very familiar with team play, and coming out on the Symmetra, it's a signature for Control Center. You're very close quarters. You want to throw out these turrets, try to zone people away, and overall, just try to keep this Tracer at bay. Both of these Ramatras will be starting us out. Kindred and Santana trading their cooldowns accordingly. Santana on the losing part of that, despite having the better forwards positioning here, did end up backing off. This Phone Symmetra is very scary if you let it get charged, and you can tell Vindarive, they know that. They're going to back off, get some health before they engage. Oh, no.
Yeah, and I think also, too, one of the things to keep in mind, you know, with the substitutions, you can see how the players do have to adapt. And seeing here that, you know, the Tracer is a pinpoint of what you've been talking about since we've been chatting here about Overwatch and this series.
We're already getting a good contest in. Kindred ended up dying very, very early on in that fight, so it's kind of free fighting ground for Santana. Big overextension there, honestly, ended up screwing Valentine over, so they could lose the point. To see a little bit longer here. How this kind of ends up playing out, because there wasn't any Wuyong ban. We are on this Kiriko Lucio. That hero's been in the meta for a long time, but already an early Kitsune rush, well outpacing Megatron on the other side. Cameron is just going to put that one down early for Vindarive to get this fight started and close it pretty much immediately after. A good play from them, and Santana, I believe, was the shot caller on that too, to make sure that this choke point can be held, as it's incredibly difficult to get through. We're going to have to see in the meantime, though, because Bernice will have a matching sound barrier to get Valentine into the fight. As much as I am you've heard this from me before, I am an avid hater of tempo beats, but in this scenario, I honestly wouldn't be against it if Valentine really needed to move away. Past this point, of course, Photon Barrier also an option for them to take this space. It will be the option of choice for now. But Bernice playing it slow. Vindarive giving a lot of respect towards this barrier, knowing the implications it can have for the team. There's that Megatron laying down the Kitsune rush on the point. All the ultimates being pumped out. There are those sound barriers we're talking so much about. Meaning this damage from Haruhi on this Sojourn really doesn't mean a whole lot. Valentine had the advantage with the last remnants. That's Photon Barrier still up, had better value out of their own sound barrier. A lot of barriers, I know, but eventually they will get themselves back on the point, and Vindarive now have a much harder task at getting this up and running.
Yeah, one of the things that I do love to see is the just the forward aggression coming in from both teams, but really just like finding placement, right? Map placement and map awareness and where they need to have this contention. And you can just see right away how just the ults are starting to pop
for this
off.
Next
and
part
just
here, Kitsune Rush built up again from Cameron has actually just been speed running their way towards getting this ultimate. And Valentine this time barely managed to escape with Kindred in tow. So all 5 of their players are just hanging out in this white room, looking for a way to re-engage in this specific moment. The question is, how will they actually manage to close it out? We are nearing final fight territory for Vindarive, and all they need to do, get a couple kills here, and it should be set and done. Missing with the first blow, but losing out in Santana, it's falling apart rather quickly. Valentine have been playing great with Bone Symmetra teleports, getting Kindred where she needs to be, and the damage is there, so we will get another flip.
Yeah, I think that flip was exactly what the teams, you know, kind of having to search for in this placement. I mean, you know, Valentine just, you know, setting the tone too, but just trying their best to just have some kind of contention here. And also just having the Tracer come around and trying to find some level and, you know, getting those turrets off. But they're just impossible to get rid of this placement with the Symmetra.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the value that Phone has been getting on this specific pick. With Missing going down when she did, Valentine just need a full reset. They're putting all their eggs in the basket of one final fight here. 5 ultimates on the board for them to do it. Definitely favored. But the question is, can they stop Vinderai from getting to the objective altogether? Phone, Photon Barrier in the back pocket, but doesn't want to use it to necessarily cut off the Kitsune Rush, going for aggressive, and honestly doesn't even need it. That's 2 already down to the likes of Valentine. Had the better hero comp coming into this map, knew what they wanted to do from a brawly sense, and are making it happen towards the max. Kindred and Phone gonna get the last couple of stragglers here. Cameron's ult will not see the light of day, and yeah, this is the Valentine that we were expecting to roll out on Lijiang Tower.
Valentine, making it look easy with those Symmetra plays. I mean, it's one of those things too, when you have to be the one to have to take out those turrets and be, you know, that center focus. And I think, you know, when it comes down to it, it's like someone has to be designated for that role. And if it's not done properly, if it's not communicated well in your team, you know, it's just going to continuously be a problem. And as someone who is just, you know, continues to struggle with Symmetra at me all the time, I know this pain too well. So, yeah, no, it's one of those things. I think that's where they need to focus a lot of their energy in making sure that they can take down Symmetra and also their turrets, if that's possible.
Well, no Symmetra this time. Phone will instead be moving over to their Reaper, which April promptly sends reeling off the map. So, goodbye, Phone. We'll see you next time, buddy.
Sorry, Reaper.
Yeah, Vinderai have a much better time towards getting towards this point. Having this Pharah at their access is great for Missing to just spam down choke. There's not a very specific answer to that pick specifically. And Kendra's kind of struggling here, just knowing that Cameron is in the backline chucking knives. It's 2 to the Kiriko, mind you, on the flank. So, yeah, Valentine didn't really have much of an option, especially with how quickly they lost their DPS.
Yeah, and also, you know, with... It just keeps happening. You know, lesson learned, maybe not.
No, you can see how scary these bridges are, especially for moving across. Phone is on the Symmetra though, so I'm expecting a teleporter to the side. Don't have to worry about the scary bridge. Everyone, no swimming. No swimming today. April, of course, is still going to try to hunt for it if she can. But now that we're in this kind of one-on-one brawl, it's a little harder for Missing to get all the angles that she wants on the objective, but it's where the Ramachos can start to shine. Again, Cameron speed running their way to a Kitsune Rush. We are just seeing so many fights won by that tempo ultimate.
Yes, and that tempo indeed with that Pharah, just, you know, peppering some shots, just letting, you know that Valentine, we see you, we hear you. But here we go, you know, with 2 Pharahs on the map. These lanes over here just having so much just aggression here. I love to see, oh my goodness, love to see Miss Sun just making it a brain there for that poor Symmetra.
This is just, no one's allowed to live on the map. That's just how it is in today's day and age of Overwatch.
Not with the 2 Pharahs just being completely agitating to everyone.
No, but it really just didn't matter there. I mean, Valentine had their own Kitsune Rush, and Santana got melted through the Kitsune Rush. See though, Missing. Now off to the side here, looking for the Symmetra. A bit of an overextension from Phone, but Megatron will keep them on their feet with a well-timed Suzu. But again, another player sent reeling. This time, Santana will be the one taking a dive. And yeah, Vinderai, that is a complete reset. Please just stop going over the bridge. Go to the side, I beg.
Yep, go to the side and please do something. But, you know, obviously we have some, and those who are just tuning in, we do have some substitutes today. So those who are not aware, we are going to, if you hear new names, that's why. But you can see that, like, the Pharah ult just did not work out in their favor. They're tiny.
HK's Pharah is just so good. Whenever we think of HK, you think of the Genji, but this Pharah pocket pick, she only pulls it out in the situation she has to match it, and it even forces Missing to swap the sim.
Yeah, I mean, also just the intel that, you know, she's able to give as well is just so good for the team. And, you know, they keep driving that same lane, but it just seems like it's just not working. And maybe with the Sojourn ult, there may be some kind of, you know, possibility to get some picks, but it's just becoming impossible here. But man, the tank, Kindred, you know, just making dominance on that bridge is quite the show.
Let's see that. I mean, the real show this day has been Cameron's Kitsune rushes. It's a trade 1-for-1 for a support, but Megatron, she's going to have her own rush online here. Valentine needs to win this fight. Final fight territory once again, but Santana is down. So is Megatron, so those ultimates aren't going to come into play. And there's significantly more orange in the kill feed than blue, so there is another chance for Valentine to keep this one alive.
I mean, they really need to work together. I mean, they are able to get some pepper shots over here from that Pharah. I mean, if in fact that they can hold it for a little longer, that might be the possibility here to close it out. But man, the dominance coming in from the players today. It's only our first map of the day, Tiny.
No, but that's better time to strike than now. Valentine finally get a chance to use that Kitsune rush, and HK happy to live in it, throwing those rockets at max speed. The barrage might not get anything done, but I fear that Vindrive already wiped off this objective, only missing fighting that battle alongside Santana, but HK standing on her head, giving her a piggyback ride through the last couple of seconds. Valentine looking to get a 2-0 finish here on Lijiang Tower, and will get the first map in the series to their name.
Yes, and there you have it. Valentine wins. You know, we did talk about how, you know, they were favored to win. And so even with the roster changes in a last minute, it just shows you how, in fact, how incredible that they're able to work together with changes in a last minute situation.
Yeah, and I don't think it's something that was necessarily planned for either. That I say that. They don't really scrim. That was kind of one of the big things that we saw about Valentine. They've had a single scrim before coming into this tournament as a whole, and even then, the fact that they can switch players in and out this quickly does show how good that communication is. But of course, you gotta hand it over to HK. A lot of this map was the HK show, especially when she swapped over to that Pharah. There just was not much of a chance for Vindrive to get in on this objective. And again, is the large part of the reason why I do favor Valentine in this matchup. Vindrive did show a lot of signs of life, and I am kind of looking forward to where they go the rest of the series, especially in maps that are more hit scan reliant, because as we know, because of the substitutions, not a dedicated hit scan player on the side of Valentine today.
Yeah, and also even with the substitutions, it just shows that Valentine's like just mind space is just in a different place, like just from the, you know, plays, and also just from, they're just, you know, making it look easy, but you can tell there's some serious comms and just synergy between everyone in that whole group. So it's been really fun to watch. Any notes that you would say that if they could have made any changes, like what could have worked in the favor of Vindrive?
I think part of the problem was we're doing that thing. What do they call it? If you make a mistake once, it's fine, but if you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, that's a problem, right? We kept walking over that bridge. We saw like 10, not even 10, but something crazy. At least 5 people go get off the map just because of that. There's also just kind of the idea of Cameron completely outpacing when it comes to that Kiriko ult, and that was winning fights completely on its own. So when you start to think of these smaller things that have been going into Valentine's favor, Vindrive need to start playing more towards an area that, one, they're not taking as much poke damage from the likes of a Symmetra and getting picked off early, but 2, slow enough so that they can make this longer ranged pick in Haruhi's hit scan actually get some value. She was a little bit quieter than we're used to seeing, which is of course quite strange, being a pop-off player as she has been in the past. So I'm especially hoping for our next map pick, it will be something that leans a little bit more favored to her specific hero pool in that.
Yeah, I agree. The lanes were definitely something that were tragic to see. Going over those bridges, you know, you have to pick a different lane. And, and it's hard to see because as an Overwatch player, you know, you're almost like, you know, overseeing these mistakes. But, you know, maybe the next map will be different. So, and different heroes. You never know. So.
No, and we do have different bans, of course. That was the other thing I was surprised by. We didn't have a Wuyong in that game.
Yes,
we had a Mei and
this is
Zarya
true.
ban and no Wooyoung. So like the only it's a sad day for support players because your options are Kiriko,
no
Lucio,
wave shock. I'd love to
and
see
Wooyoung.
it.
That's it. You get 3 choices, and the fact that they only stuck to the Lucio Kiriko, that was a little surprising. I think it could be you just kind of you need the speed with the Ramatra, so having Lucio with that pick makes sense. But of course, we'll see as our second map is underway. Hollywood is the pick this time. This is where we can see that Wooyoung.
Yes, woo woo. Well, I do need to see that wave shock. I am very surprised. It definitely was like the Farah and Kiriko show. And so now we're heading into Hollywood, and now we have our bans for Anna and our girl Diva. I'm sorry. Should I take the jacket off? I mean, I feel like I'm sorry. But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. I really do hope to see Wu Yang, our newest hero to the roster. And, we've seen him a lot in the competitive scene and the changes. And it's just been so incredible to see the adaptability, how everyone has used Wu Yang in the competitive scene. And I just always like to see how people play him and are starting to use him in such a great way in the strategy of just map placement, and not just as a support, but just as a great support DPS type of character. It's just been so much fun.
For sure. I think that hero, especially coming into the meta, offers a lot more of that poke and kind of that safety that you need in a dive map, which is where Hollywood typically sets itself, with the exception of third point. So the Diva being taken away from Vinderive, especially tells me that they don't want Santana on that. I have a feeling we're going to be looking at a Hazard mirror, potentially some Winston going into this. Ramatra's not out of the pool, but I do think a transition in playstyles is honestly a good thing for Vinderive. It allows you to get into some of these positions a little bit faster and not necessarily worried about getting out-tempoed by, for example, having a Symmetra on your opposition and not one on your team kind of deal. That was one of the pain points for that team previously. But of course, Hollywood also better for things like the Sojourn that Haruhi has been pretty keen on running, at least so far in the series.
Yeah, I do feel like if I see a Symmetra or a Pharah again in this map, I'm gonna lose it, because I know when I do play against a Pharah on Hollywood, it's just impossible just to get, and no caster curse here, but I would love to see a Sojourn, and there it is, Vanderdrive bringing in that Sojourn. Will that make that change that we need to have them kind of, reset the mentality that they need to go against Valentine? I think one thing too to highlight, Tiny, is sometimes you do need like a full hero reset and map reset to just to bring some some energy into things. So hopefully this is something that Vinderive can do.
Yeah, I think this is a very good comp for them. Santana has been amazing when it's come to this Hazard recently released, but on Valentine, you got H-Key. Oh, never mind. You don't have H-Key. She's dead. But she's on her signature Genji. That is where she made a name for herself. I think just the presence of having a Hazard here versus a Winston, who's in a very sad place in terms of a hero, is very favorable towards Santana. We haven't seen Kindred necessarily gravitate towards the Hazard so far, so this is a very good advantage for the Drive.
Yes, Vinderive. I think too, with the Sojourn and having that high ground, this could be also some great picks if in fact they can. But man, with the Winston here contesting this high ground with this Hazard, it's just going to be one of those things. It's like, who can take this high ground here just to kind of maybe possibly get some picks, but kind of doing the ring around the rosy around this area. But there it is, I needed to see a little Sojourn action.
It was a very split approach. If you're running as almost a death volley dive comp that Valentine is now, you have to stick together, right? And you really didn't do that. I think phone swapping over to the Tracer is a much better move. You can match miss in on a lot of this damage.
Yeah, I think now that we've even keeled here, you can see, the swaps out are definitely something that they need to adapt here, because the pushes are, the time is ticking away, and, we need to find some mobility here. And you can see, you know, the comms must be very interesting too because they are trying to definitely make some plays. And there it is with the sword sword. Oh my lord!
Second, Ruhi, that was gross. This is why you give her the space to work on the Sojourn. There is no range to match it. Valentine has spent their entire dive trying to get on top of her. They just can't do it. The one time they managed to, she rips both heads of HK and Phone off in 2 shots. Like, that is insane from her. Vindrive seems so much more comfortable on this map. They get a stagger pick onto Phone, who just doesn't respect the angle camera and is spamming down. Kindred has to get out, but I don't know if she's going to. Santana is on the chase with only a Lucio to heal. Oh, but she gonna live? The post bump from this and even thrown in, but no, we'll be able to sidestep out of that one. We're down at just 90 seconds left to push Pancake.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like the time you really need to figure things out with your team. You need to start making some plays, maybe some things that you wouldn't want to try. But, you know, sometimes those Hail Marys are what you need to actually make things happen. But, man, you can see just Vindrive just like fully locked in right here and just completely... oh, my goodness, the disrespect that you just saw right now. That 2-piece, Tiny.
It's the angle. Ruhi is never with the team. She's always on a spot where she can pinch because she knows this team has to play close range. They can't easily access these high grounds and has gotten at least 2 to 3 final blows every fight. Genuinely, Valentine, you're banking off this one fight where you have ults. Otherwise, this is going to be a full hold and a major turnaround for Vindrive.
I mean, Vindrive, if you want to keep going down that alley to get punished, it is on you. And I could just honestly see that just how they're kind of utilizing their ults to their advantage. I mean, here it is.
Again, the Blade shut down. HK, again, this is her Genji. This is her star hero, but it's immediately silenced by Santana. There's only 2 picks, by the way, that have gone the way of Valentine. They finally get Ruhi, sure, but at the cost of every ultimate they had at the time. 10 seconds left to get a single touch onto this point, and Bernice has to use the sound barrier just to get there, but no, a fantastic downpour. Santana silences Bernice entirely, and Valentine are now sending Kindred onto the right, but it is too little, too late.
Wow.
Valentine will get a tick for their troubles, but this is completely unexpected considering how dominant Valentine were in map number 1.
Wow, Vindrive! Oh my gosh, we awoken the beast. I mean, it's just so cool to see just by little changes, a complete map, how that just completely reset the mentality going into this. And you know, you saw at the end with those ults just coming in, they did everything they could. Lucio coming in, but it was that Kiriko, just that perfectly placed ult. I just thought it was just such textbook, but also just such confidence coming in from Vindrive.
Yeah, this is the team that I think they need to play a dive map. They need to put Haruhi in a place where she can sit in a spot with her Sojourn, her Freya, whatever that might be, and just spam, get these long range. Again, she's the MVP so far for Vindrive on this map. Santana, of course, too, looking incredible on this hazard pick, and just overall more comfortable. So, and there's not a lot of time or space that Valentine can afford to give.
Tiny, look at the damage between just, you know, the Sojourn and the Hazard. I mean, you could just see, in fact, how they were just working so well together just to make it really impossible for Valentine to break through. And, you know, using the lanes and also just definitely some serious comms, because when you do have that alleyway compromised, it definitely needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And you just saw that from the team. So, you know, it's going to be interesting if, in fact, they can pull it off again. Yeah,
this time they are against different comp. Kindred is going to go over to the Sigma, hoping to get some more poke angles down or more stability at holding this high ground. Where Phone's going to go over to the Pharah, taking the reins from each key on this pick. So it's that spam. If Vindrive can manage to get their staging and eventually collapse on a target, they're golden. But you can already see how much trouble Haruhi is having moving through this main choke point.
Yeah, and speaking of choke point, I mean, I just feel like Lucio has just been living up here, having the time of their life. April just like, I live here in this high ground. But, you know, you could just see the Pharah. I told you, if Pharah gets into this map, it is going to be trouble. And, I mean, Valentine had to pull out one of their aces.
Yeah, but I mean, they're down Megatron right now. There was not a lot of healing available for Valentine. Getting Cameron there honestly ends up saving the game. Beautiful accretion through to close that off. Santana was force-fed a rock for dinner, and yeah, Vindrive, they just don't get there. They had an opportunity for that one, too.
They did. And it seems like almost like they might need to have some kind of switch up here, because if they're not able to contest, in the time manner, time is ticking away. It's just one of those things, who's going to make the less mistakes is usually what it's like for me on this map.
Especially when you can only afford to give a tick. That's not a great spot to be in. I mean, HKey wins the 1v1, but eventually traded out here, so both teams down their tracers. Barrage online for Phone, and I have a feeling we're going to have to see that one sooner rather than later, but Santana is down, swapped back over to this Winston that we didn't see much success before.
No, and could it be that, they're going to give some Winston a try, but, we have some Sojourn here. Action. Hari, I don't know if the connection is as amplified like in the last round, but just things that you could see that the ults are popping off here, Tiny.
You called it for Haruhi. That's the pick that she's been looking for. The high ground is now completely hers and safe. Valentine, they're starting to sweat. Down to Bernice, has this Tidal Blast online, but gives her life to put it on to Kindred. Gravitic Flux almost up, and perhaps the saving grace for Valentine, should they manage to make it work. It will at least grab on Haruhi, but no, can't get the touch. Body blocked by Kindred in the choke. A tragic way for it to end. But Vindrive, you have to be feeling so much better after this map.
I mean, sometimes what we talked about when you have your back against the wall and how that just really changes the mindset, because at this point you're the underdog. People have this okay, well, we are not the team to be favored to win, but what can we do? What kind of changes can we make? And it just was, having that Sojourn on their side was really just the play for them.
The Sojourn was great, and also that D.Va ban. That was a great read, too.
Yes.
Kindred doesn't play Hazard, right? So, and she tends to lean more towards that D.Va. D.Va's playable. Winston, not so much, as we got to see. So, having the idea, knowing where Kindred's strengths were, taking that pick away on a very dive-centric map, I think this does show that if Vindrive can get the map picks or play more towards this style, they're going to be feeling a lot better about their chances in this series.
Yeah, and also what I did like also how Vindrive was able to kind of adapt with everyone around, and considering how hard it is on that map, and the comms must have just been on point for them, because they really needed to work together to really just solidify dominance there, and they just did just that, and it was great to watch.
I think Phone was having a hard time finding their specific role within that composition, too. Swapped heroes, I think, 4 to 5 times in that. Had some more, most success on the Pharah for sure, but by the time you landed on that, you just, if you die once, it's pretty much it. It was a one-fight win type scenario for Vindrive there. Depending on our next map, which will be the choice of Valentine, I'm guessing we're staying far away from the likes of anything that is remotely doable for a dive comp.
Yeah, no, and I think too, it's you need to focus on your strengths. I think when you have such a loss like that, it's okay, we need to lock in here. This is the finals, although it's not the championships yet. That's in December 6th. Mark your calendars. I think there's still kind of areas of improvement, right? So I think it is a good thing for Valentine to feel that pressure and to feel oh, where can we improve on? So what map is the map that we can show off, where we are dominant, but not, but also show the improvement that maybe we didn't have the best map there. So I do think that you're absolutely right. I think it must be a map that is going to have to work on their favor. Now, I don't know if it's going to be something that they're just going to take a chance on. It's just one of those things. I'm very curious to see what they're going to do.
Well, they can choose between either Escort, Push, or Flashpoint still in this pool. Honestly, I'm feeling a new Queen Street or either one of the Flashpoints in Atlas or Saravasa. Esperanza, this Hazard's still very viable. Same with that Sojourn. I think
love to see
Queen
Esperanza.
Street would give you the best bet if you want to do that. But hey, if you want to run Atlas, this might be the time to do so. I'm just saying.
Run Atlas! Please run Atlas for Tiny and I. We just want to see Atlas action. No, I love that map. I honestly just want to see how they're able to figure out quick changes, right? Like what works, what heroes we need to kind of make changes for, but also just like, how does a team, that's been so dominant, and then, one map loss is fine, but then, we don't want to go down a slippery slope. So I just kind of feel like it has to be the right choice. And I think the choices that they make is really going to determine how this bracket is really going to go. And, we'll see what they pick. I know you want Atlas really, really bad.
I do.
And I want it. Choice. Now I want Atlas. Like, I was down for whatever, but now you have like Atlas in my head and I'm like, okay, now I want it. Just for the plot.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I did say that escort was an option, but I don't. That just doesn't seem.
You don't think? I don't think that's something that. No.
It's either super ranged or watch point Gibraltar, which you are allowed to play.
I would like a Gibraltar,
Diva, and that's about it. If we learned anything from Hollywood, that is not what Valentine preferred doing at this point in time, and honestly, I don't blame them. So we are going to think about that. So it looks like players are taking their time on this decision, though, which is good. I think we need that after that map.
Good. Well, I think this kind of is gonna predetermine how this is gonna go for them. I don't think this is not the time to make those micro mistakes, even like in bans or picking maps. I think this is where you really need to shine as a captain, as a team. Say, hey, we've been through this before. We need to know what we're best at and maybe what we can capitalize on, and this is now the time where Tiny wants to see Atlas, but like we also would like to see other things, other action situations. But yeah, I agree, no push would be definitely not the play, but who knows, maybe that's something that they're feeling confident at this time. I don't know. I'm excited honestly, though.
I don't know. Like, how do they know if they feel confident on it if they've scrimmed once with this roster?
Well, like maybe they have like a good practice day. What if they, had a good practice day? Oh,
I called it. That's fine too. That's fine too.
Yep. All right, we're heading to Canada, y'all.
That's good.
Yep.
I like this one. Yeah, it's not a very common pick these days. It's not.
No, it's not. It's not. But look. I mean, it's just one of those things. I feel like you might get your wish. You might get your Atlas wish one of these days, Tiny.
Hey, Flashpoint still in the pool, and we have at least one more map to be played after this. So maybe Flashpoint next map. We'll have to wait and see.
This says a lot.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, why are you gonna ban my girl Sojourn? Like. What do you got against my girl Sojourn? I mean,
I don't think they have anything against Sojourn. They have a problem with Haruhi. They got personal,
exactly.
So, yeah. I honestly wonder that too, but also taking away the Ramatra, which is a Kindred comfort pick. I know Kindred more as like a ground tank plus Diva. So when I think about those picks, Ramatra I think is definitely the strongest out of those right now. So I'm very interested in where she's going to end up going with that. But also, are we going to get a Soldier 76 on this map? Because that is something that was first popularized, I believe, by Tree in OWCS for New Queen Street specifically. You can move very fast, getting in on these flank angles, and just unloading damage onto these squishy characters. So it would be cool, especially if the Sojourn's gone. I think the likelihood, honestly, goes up for that.
Well, my question is, since we've taken your Ramatra, like, who are you gonna pick? Like, who we've taken like a part of your cozy sweater away. Now you're gonna freeze in Canada, and it's very cold over there in Toronto. But yeah, I would say my guess would be maybe a Diva. Like, I don't know. I would say having one of your comfort like tanks. I mean, I don't know who do you think that they would pick, like top 2 tanks?
This is tough. I mean, honestly, I'd either Hazard, Orisa, or maybe
I'd love to see an Orisa. Oh,
and Orisa would be good. She did get nerfed like not too long ago. The Junker Queen. That's another one I forgot. A Kindred special. Yeah.
Oh wait,
or that too.
No, you're not getting for Junker Queen.
We are not. I'm like kind of disappointed.
Zarya, which is fine. Super fun, but Santana.
And the Soldier.
Yeah, there it is. You wanted Soldier action? We're gonna get it.
This is great.
We're gonna get it. This is the this is the situation where we might see some squishies laid out right here. So just in fact, still with a lot of tracer action, Tiny.
Yeah, but also the Zarya Reaper comp, I think, is very, very good at the start, because it enables Phone to play this Reaper, where they've been good at so far. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if Cameron gets the Kiriko at the end. You saw how low Kindred's health bar was for a while, and not too much else is going to be needed to take that down. So I think Valentine have the right idea, just not the execution so far.
Yes, and speaking of execution, just kind of like that Hazard, like, the mobility that he has is just, it's just the mobility you want to see from a Hazard player. And I mean, also just the intel being given, right?
Absolutely. I think that Valentine know that, and if they're going to beat this Hazard, you gotta go fast. So putting Kindred back on this pick is great, but again, missing in Cameron strike first, exact same way the last fight started and basically ended for Valentine. Cameron has been so good. They're still going about getting in a position to get value out of this Kiriko kunai. That's basically first point already capped for Vindrive.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see how Valentine, even the switch ups with the Junker Queen, might be something that they need to work on to really get like Santana under control, because I mean, they are definitely racking up these ults. They have Vindrive has their Kitsune, they have their Tracer ult as well, and there's the Wu Yang coming into play. I've been wanting to see some action from any team with the new hero here with Overwatch.
That was a 1-for-1 trade. That's until Missing decides to get in there. Santana making the most of it, and because there's just not a Kitsune Rush option, Camera decides to use it to ensure that this fight will be won. Did you really need it in that point in time? Probably not, but you'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just Santana just lives up here and is just being like, just giving the shots. But I love to see Wu just being like, if you come near that window, I'm going to let you, know that you can't stand there anymore. But, yeah, I just, we could see, like, kind of the pressure that's building.
Oh, no!
Yeah.
Tragedy strikes for Megatron. She had the Suzu, laid it out, but just a hair too early that the effect expired, got locked out, and with all that healing gone, the rest of Valentine is just crumbling. Vindrive, they're just moving at record pace. A full cap is in the cards right now.
I mean, you love to see it. The momentum that Vindrive needed was just it right here, and you just see like the picks just they're trying to do their best here, trying to stop the bleeding, but it's just really, really hard.
Yeah, but the nice part for Valentine is their spawns are close, so the fact that they were able to get a couple of pickoffs here does make sure Vindrive will have to do a full reset, but at this point, you're having to climb not one mountains, but two with how far you got it. It's basically I don't even know if a comeback's possible at this point.
Yeah, the time, I mean, I know the chat wants some really good Genji plays, but chat, we are running out of time here. It's just been pushed so far. It's just really going to have to be some serious wipes if we want Valentine to, like, have any placement here.
And it had to be with the Rampage, too. Kindred, it landed onto two.
Yeah.
Half of it got Suzu. The other was on a Santana, who is, as you can see, still on their feet. And, I mean, this robot's going to come right back to where it was by the time Valentine responds.
Yeah, and you can just see also we have some pretty good stacked ults here from the Vindrive. How they're going to use it is going to be really interesting, because the pressure of, just Valentine is just not happening in their possession.
No,
so it's really kind of,
and you're kind of putting your cards into HK here. Has this blade, that's what she's good with, and with the sound barrier is out, as soon as this overhealth is gone, I'm expecting that to make an appearance, but she doesn't have a ton of health to work with right now. Getting Santana out of the fight is a great start for Valentine. Megatron picking up a couple there. That's the unmatched Kitsune Rush that we've seen so much success with throughout the series, and you get to hold on to the Dragon Blade.
That's right. Valentine definitely also stacking up their ults as well. I mean, this might be a fun, contention to witness if we can get everything lined up just perfectly. It's the soldier that, you've been wanting to see, but oh man, the pressure put onto him though.
Yeah, Rui, she'll just sprint away as Soldier 76 does. Kitsune rush from Cameron, though. Does force Bernice to use the Tidal Blast, hoping Kindred can at least knock down one. There we go. Cameron knocked into the dirt. What else can they manage to find? Most of Vendori's healing is gone, so surely a cleanup will be easy, right? But HK still holding on to this blade. Note that she doesn't need it. The rest of Valentine can follow up, knowing the sustain isn't there for Vendorive.
Man, you see Wu Yang, and you see these plays that everyone can do in them, and it's just so impressive to watch sometimes. But man, they're really gonna have to make quite a push here, Tiny.
They're gonna have to, and the unfortunate part for Vendorive is they used a lot of ultimates recently. You are working with nothing coming into this point, and now it's HK's time to strike her signature Genji, but what will it get? It's Theory of 2025, and the Dragon Blade unfortunately reflects that, all the focus in the her, but they do get Santana, and honestly, you take that trade any day of the week. Valentine locked down the forward spawns here, and I gotta say, back in the game, but not entirely free.
Yes, and not entirely free. You were so right on taking Santana. So getting that reset was, you know, what they needed. But, you know, it's just also, in fact, the pressure that they have. They have the Santana and also Kindred just going head to head now. And here comes the ult from the Soldier. Can they get any picks?
She's under a lot of pressure. No, phone swapping over to the sim. It took a while. I was playing Mystery Heroes at the start, but I mean, we're seeing Valentine consecutively win these fights. You never see this on a push map. The Kindred to hazard phone to the sim, it's paying out in dividends.
Yeah, it really is, and they are definitely making some strides over here. It's really just kind of finding that placement. Where can they capitalize with the Symmetra as they're coming out of spawn? You know, Wu just having the eye on the prize over here with the title. Can they do something right here? Tiny, could this be it?
I mean, it might be that Soundbeer from April. It only lands on a 2 because of Phone's tonic barrier. But the trade, this is really going to hurt. Vendorive are going to be on their feet much faster than Valentine in this situation. Ginter doesn't have a ton of health. She'll leap back to try to get some healing from Bernice, but is under pressure. Grab the health pack, but missing. No, gets taken out at the end of it. No lead gained. Vendorive will manage to clutch it out and hold on to those couple meters.
Oh my goodness, and as you see, we have 2:13 on the clock. Tiny, the time is ticking. I mean, this is where very little mistakes can be done, you know, and also just where, in fact, the fights, where the contention is a priority, where you're gonna take your fights and where can you capitalize on winning them. Because I think also the ult, right? Santana finally has their ult.
Oh, but no!
And there goes the Kitsune!
But that Suzu keeps everybody up, negating Kindred's ultimate completely. Vendorive can come back in. Cameron's Kitsune Rush leading that path, but they can't keep Santana alive. They end up overextending, and the entire Valentine pounces onto their back. There's just not much to look for unless Missin can manage to work a miracle, but gets slashed in the face by HK Valentine. They turn this one around. They're not going to quite get the lead, but it's one fight away.
I mean, here it is. This is where you separate, you know, experience and just team awareness, map awareness. It's just like coming down to the last minute, Tiny, and it's just really how are they going to place themselves on this last fight?
Oh, they tried to open it with Rui's Deadeye, but she was so far in front of everybody, just ended up getting used as a shield. It's a 1-for-1. Missing nice stick on the pulse bomb. But Valentine, they're feeling confident. They want to close this out right here and now. The lead within their touch. It's a scrappy one, yes, and neither team has any supports to work with. HK has the blade, but not enough health, and she doesn't even need it. She gets it all in the neutral. Valentine, they should be able to get the lead, or at least close to it. Santana swapped over to the D.Va to get back to the fight a little faster, but that's not going to do well. HK, finally the blade is on. She's going to get a double kill. Looking for even more with it. The D.Va thrown out of mech. Santana, no tank presence available for Vendorive. They were so good. That was one of the strongest first pushes that we have seen in Calling All Heroes, just for them to lose the lead here.
Wow.
This point about to be completely capped, and Valentine, they have so much they can work with, and it's Vendorive who have to scramble able to touch, but they're not even gonna manage. Oh no, they get Ato, but at the cost of April's right, the sound barrier can't land. That was their only chance at taking a decent fight. And now it's all about these Saggers. Can they manage to wipe this team quickly, or are they gonna force a longer fight? Ruhi gets Megatron. No Kiriko to work with, but the Kitsune rushes at their back. Cameron helping the team stay alive. It's an overtime fight, and if Indirive win this, which it seems like they're gonna be able to stabilize, they have to run it all the way back to the opposite side of the map without losing.
Oh my goodness. The pressure that the teams have just been under this whole time on this map, it's just been, and also the change-ups that we've seen, Tiny. It seems like, you know, Santana moving into, looks like Ball is coming out. They swapped over from the Diva. So we are seeing last-minute changes in this overtime fight.
But it's the missing farm. No, Cameron, that is the last player that you want to lose in a fight like this one. April's sound barrier is still available as an attempt to bail them out. Taruhi buying the space, buying the time. No one from Valentine peeking their heads out. All they need is one clean fight. You just wait for HK to respawn.
I mean, this is where like the perfection of, you know, minor to no mistakes can be happening here. I mean, we are at overtime. If you're just tuning in, welcome.
It's Kindred already down. Vindrive, they're making this one work. That's 2 down to the hands of Missins, and arguably the 2 biggest components that Valentine need in order to have presence on this objective. Santana, not a lot of health. They're going to end up getting burned by HK. Kindred will run back from the spawn faster than normal, and with no tank here, Vindrive, they are down and hurting. None of their players are going to be good at contesting this point. Missin, you can see how low she's hovering towards the ground just to keep a toe onto this robot, but Kindred, happy to play anti-air. Malga sits down onto Haruhi, and the comeback will not happen. Valentine will secure themselves a second map win. One more, and the finals of the LCQ will be in the cards.
I mean, what a way to just finish off. I mean, like, how impressive it was for Valentine to come in and do all the switch-ups that they needed, all the different ults that needed to be placed just right, just to make a chance to have that comeback in overtime. Just shows you the composure that they have, the willingness that they have, and the experience that really that brings in everything that they do.
That push map was insane too. Like,
yeah,
to be able to keep
I mean, it was like edge of your seat kind of stuff, because we thought it was over. We thought, you know, Vindrive, it was like case closed. They did everything that they needed to do, but it just shows you in Overwatch, every second counts. You cannot give up, even on the last second. And it just shows also the composure that Valentine had to really push that to the end for that secure win.
Yeah, I don't think Valentine could have had their backs further up against the wall. Like, after those first 3 minutes.
No, they practically were the wall. Like, it was... Yeah, it was like, I couldn't believe what I was watching, but at the same time, we've also been in that situation. But imagine, you know, the Overwatch community watching, your community watching, the pressure that you have with your teammates and everything in the comms, it's a lot. So, you know, you have to give hats off when given, and it just shows you that, you know, sometimes champions work really well when they do have their backs against the wall. And that was something that I had asked you before, and I think some teams just work sometimes better under pressure.
Yeah, and it really paid off there. And I also think Kindred stepping outside of her comfort zone a little bit and picking up that hazard, that was a night and day difference. Phone finally landed on the Symmetra too, which made it difficult for Santana to push. And oftentimes we saw Santana get caught out, which isn't very common for them.
Yeah.
I just didn't have a good idea of how far they could push the limits against that Symmetra. So by the time they figured that out, they unfortunately lost the lead. So Valentine...
And the ball, when ball came out, I was just like, what is happening?
Yeah, well, speaking of what's happening, you remember how we talked about how dive is Vindrive? Like, if we want to win, we're just going to slam a dive map. This is the most dive map of them all. We did. Yeah. We knew this was going to happen eventually, so... Gibraltar here, you can't ban the Diva this time. So that's the one nice thing here. Kindred can play that. But it just did not look good last time we had something like this in the pool, and I am worried for their future on this point. Like, we very well could be seeing a map 5 unless something crazy happens, but no, it will be a second Diva ban, this time from the opposite side. So Vindrive are going to take that away from Valentine. It was Valentine who took that from themselves before. That's scary. This is a very, very scary thing to have to look up against.
Yeah, and the Tracer too, you know, it's like wondering, like, I think the bans too, I think with some people don't understand if they're new to watching competitive esports, with Overwatch, bans it's a chess move, and also a lot of these players, they've played with each other. They know the capacity of how they play. So I think it's really important here, to see if in fact, if Valentine can close this off, with not having that initial diva is going to be really interesting. I'm curious how they're going to go with their tanks and not having Tracer, for Vintage Drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tracer as a whole on Watchpoint Gibraltar is almost a must-pick too. So you have a lot of cart presence, your ability to hold down a lot of these off angles, and most of the time we just see a bunch of Tracer dueling going on. Misten so far has had the upper hand in that. HK, of course, I think kind of prefers the Genji if she can get her hands on it, which seems a lot more likely with that pick going out. I am curious, are we going to see Misten return to that Pharah, since again, very unlikely that a hit scan's going to come out from Valentine? Since Tracer is gone, like that is a option, at least for the first couple points.
Yeah, I mean, it's really gonna have to be how they stop this situation from moving. And like you said, like not having Tracer, I think just in this banning her in this competitive, really just, I think for a lot of players, it's you're taking one of their comfort heroes away. So it's really going to be who can adapt the fastest, and really does Vintage Drive have it in them to go up against Valentine with the pressure that they have, but they've been able to do it. So we have seen greatness from them. So it's just a matter of the characters, and we get to see Sojourn come out again for Vintage Drive. So this is in fact what I'd love to see from them. Picking the right positioning in this map is so amazing for Sojourn. So I would love to see some major picks coming in for Haruni. It would be great to see, and also just having Miss Sun here. I would love to see just some new heroes in Gibraltar, but there goes the Symmetra.
The Roadhog? Are you kidding me? Misten didn't expect it. I was like, okay, we're going to see a TP Roadhog hook and swap, but nah. Kindred says, all right, you want to go? Bet, I'm picking this Roadhog. Misten had no idea what hit her before she was just dead. Like, all right, Valentine,
oh, like
this
what
is
is coming out of this TB?
Yeah.
You did not expect this juicy Roadhog.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Okay, I thought we were going to see a flanking Roadhog.
Sometimes Overwatch is a horror game. I just want people to know that.
Yeah, and Kindred is definitely making it seem that way. No! Santana thought they could live. Still can climb a wall as Hazard. You're okay. Same amount of mobility, but definitely a little increase in heart rate going on there.
Yes, it's too early, but it just seems like this team is just showing a lot of just mobility and plays right away. I think they're trying to prove something, Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, they do get Santana here. I think this is a very comfortable comp for Valentine, no matter how strange this actually looks. They speedrun their way for first point. Santana got hooked, I think, a total of 4 times in just that engagement. What the heck was that on a camera? In 5 minutes, and we're entering the second point. Vindrive, you gotta rethink your plan here.
Yeah, and also okay, seeing if we can get charged up over here. Oh, but I think we're not gonna peek just yet, and it's just making those micro aggressions come out here. But that's Symmetra taking this high ground over here. Someone is definitely gonna need to contest this situation, and there it is. You see, like, and they're not gonna be able to live up on that high ground for too long.
No, the problem for Vindrive is this point is already in one fight territory from getting the map. And this is, gets burned down by the Symmetra turrets. And we're just sitting on the teleporter. HK is still going wild on the Genji pick. Kindred, I do not need to throw up because I'm getting motion sick. What in the world are we talking? I mean,
this
it works.
Is a roller coaster ride.
She's like, get away from me in every direction. It honestly works out. But they get the second point, and Vindrive are yet to pump the brakes on this build. Santana's going to get staggered here. I mean, puts this... maybe not. Downpour is down. That gets a couple. So yeah, some breathing room for Vindrive, but you're not going to want to hold close with this Freya necessarily.
Yeah, and Santana just making, waves. Sorry, Wu Young really just taking an opportunity to take the healers down for Vintage Drive. Having them to reset is really just going to be what I would say hazardous. It is his name. So, in fact, what can we see here for Vendor Drive? You know, making the push here if needed against Valentine, because they're just looking super dominant.
And it has to be winning at least one fight fully. It's going to be hard, though. I mean, HK has this blade. April should be able to pop the sound barrier. We got a little close because HK made sure she was the first target, and you burned through the Dragon Blade. That was problem number one. That is solved. You do still have to hold for about 4.5 minutes, and with Kindred being on this Ramatra, big thing you need to do, ooh, that was kind of gross. A big thing you need to do is to make sure Valentine stays as far away as possible.
Yeah, and also you could just see the absolute dominance here coming in from, you know, Cameron, just having some fun as well. But, you know, it's really just having that high ground, right? And just being able to have that map awareness, and also making sure that, you know, turrets are just not something that's going to be damaging. But there's a Kitsune.
Yeah, the rush out from Cameron, but you don't really have the Venture to play inside of it, and Santana, afraid of taking much of a forward point, eventually will jump on top of Phone and get one there. So that was a nice little, I see you, Santana. Great use of the Kitsune rush, and just biding time, waiting for the cooldowns, much better compared to some of what we saw last map.
Yeah, you know, and also just like having the 3-piece and being just fully healed is there, but now we have the ult, so it's really just kind of waiting around for the right moment. And you could see this high ground just being really used to Santana's ability, and I love to see it because sometimes people forget that that's just a big contention area. So
there'll be initiation from Valentine. They have a buttload of ultimates they can just drop onto this fight, especially the supports, but it doesn't matter if Mission's underground. She's gonna grab 2 on our favorite Rock Muncher. Valentine, and they're trying to fight this one back. Ideally for HK to get out, but this is looking like a stagger for the Genji, or just missing, because apparently Miss was the only one alive. I looked at the kill feed wrong. That's my bad. Valentine are chilling. The Kindred ended up using the Annihilation just to live, though, but we'll have to eventually back to this corner.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing here is they're really going to have to be pushing up these plays here. Valentine just doing their best to just kind of keep that pressure. And really the pressure of just not having any flank or anything also is something that they need to keep in mind. But, you know, you love to see your girl Venture doing some work. I know she's one of your faves.
Yeah, Venture is a hero. I mean, they're so much fun to play. You can just burrow, be safe, and be an overall like little mole. And it's very fun, unless your name is Bernice. Then you are not a Venture enjoyer at that point in time. You do have Missing getting taken out, so HK is there to cover for the downed Wu Yang. Unfortunately, losing a support, much worse than an EPS. HK looking to even those odds, but Haruhi says, back to spawn with you. This build is about a meter away from a full cap, though. Valentine under pressure. They wanted to see if they could force a C9. Vindrive aren't having any of that, and will at least have Santana on the point to stall a little bit of that time out. Sound barrier returns. April helps Santana at least stay alive and make sure Kindred is sent away.
Yeah, I mean, also, if we look at the time, it is 1:35 on the clock. So Valentine definitely needs to make some moves here, making it, you know, difficult to have the pressure right there. You know, that push is just so close. But man, Vendor Drive, you know, putting on the defense that they need to keep this dream alive.
Yeah, we started with, what, 4.5 minutes? Down to just about 1 here. And Rui, yet another bola shot online. That one doesn't quite hit its mark, though, and a lot of pressure put onto the Freya. The deflect from HK perfectly timed, and Phone was there on the main objective, helping deal with the major players. And yeah, Valentine, they're going to manage to get a full cap with just under a minute still remaining. And I gotta say, for not playing Dive on the Dive map, I am pleasantly surprised with how that turned out.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the defense, you know, they could have had some moments of greatness there, but man, it's so difficult when you have a team like Valentine really capitalizing on their ults, and even when some didn't work out to their favor, the way that they were able to reset and, you know, just kind of recalibrate as a team shows a lot. But man, that time, you know, just completely evaporated. And so I think it's really just kind of showing off how much damage, you know, that they really needed from Valentine. It's very clear, like it was just very clear on their end how each fight like just pushed them right over to win that spot here at Gibraltar.
Yeah, and I do want to shout out HK too. She's been a bit quiet throughout this series, with the exception of the Pharah map 1. She finally gets her time to shine on the Genji without a pesky tracer named Missin, just following her around like a little mosquito. And you can see how well that turned out. 18-3 after that offensive push is going to be sticking onto that hero pick by the looks of it for the defense. And I am very happy that we do get to see her pop off like that. And I do think that it is important for Vindrive to understand how much of a threat HK is, and see if they decide to match it. Speaking of matching, Kindred, the Roadhog shenanigans are now over. She's back to the Hazard.
Back to Hazard. I mean, yeah, and going back to HK, like seeing, I know the chat really wanted to see some great Genji action, so you might, be careful what you wish for, chat.
I think chat wants chaos, right? I feel like we enjoyed the Roadhog.
Well, that was fun, It's, post-Halloween, but it's still spooky out here in the world of Overwatch, which is so great because you can see just the mobility, too, that HK is able to do, and Kindred just, making Hazard, just like high ground city over here, but going, against this Hazard, like the king of the mountain of who's on this high ground.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder for Vindrive to get to this high ground because phone's already set up, the turrets are where they need to be, and then they get players low enough that HC's like, don't mind if I do, dashes her way through everybody, and that's just an easy first fight one.
And, you can just see they are just kind of trying to figure out what they need to do in spawn to get out of here. They need to have some mobility here. Oh, Symmetra back to that high ground area. Placing the turrets exactly where you don't want to go through.
Let's not
Santana. Santana is just making it look easy. Using that mobility.
Santana has a very good presence on this high ground, almost solo clears the high ground, but Haruhi, that's exactly where you want her to be. Stick that Freya up there, phone is done and gone with, so moving through this tunnel should be a lot easier. Bold Consuming Rush is on the way, but Kindred's health bar wasn't doing so hot just a second ago, so Santana turns their sights towards the supports. Oh no, with the downpour again, not interrupted. The Suzu just a millisecond off, and the responding one will snag HK. Kindred into the backline, had the title blast. It's a knockdown onto 2, and 2 Elans to follow suit, but this payload can't be contested much longer. Valentine are down their tank here. They really need to play around this photon barrier to manage to clutch up, which almost seems to be the case. Only Santana and April hovering around, and Phone is there to get these snipes on the sim.
I mean, you could just see the taunts happening here, and the Symmetra doing what she does best, making the situation harder for everyone. But yeah, Valentine here with Kindred. It just seems like everyone wants to keep this high ground as a place, a key fighting area. But yeah, this is what I want to see from Vindrive. Keeping the, anyone who needs to be up here is, yes, these are the ults that I'd love to see as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kindred's blade is out, or not Kindred, HK's blade is out, and it is promptly sheathed. Thank you, Santana, for that. And yeah, Vindrive, I think, are feeling a lot better, knowing that they were able to get that first pick onto the Genji. Kindred's not there, and there will not be a contest as a result. So moving into the second point with about 3.5 minutes is a decent pace.
Yeah, I think this is the pace that they were looking for. But yeah, we just need to see some Miss Sun. She needs to go into action. Can she get the ult needed, though, to really bring Vindrive into a position where they can really push this payload?
They got enough staggers to be able to get at least halfway through the point, I'm expecting. Cameron's Kitsune Rush, we'll have that up along with the Missing Blade, which was the first time we'll be seeing that in today's series, as far as I'm aware. So, some exciting stuff to come up here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's one.
And there are the Kitsunes. Like just call, okay.
Okay, very fun, but what can we make of it? Kindred ends up backing around the corner, trying to punish Santana, but not until they get onto the backs of both supports there. 2 kills going over to the Genji, and did some nice slicing and dicing today. It is Tiny Shiny approved, and Vindrive, that's the second point fully capped for them.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see from Miss Sun. So she definitely capitalized on that ult, gave the space needed for the rest of her team to come through, drive in, and not for everyone to use their ults if needed. And when those connect for Genji, it is such a satisfying feeling. So I know she's feeling really, really good.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially against the likes of HK. I kind of talked about it at the beginning of this series. Is the DPS players, I think, are going to be a massive difference maker in how this goes. And Missin has been doing a great job at matching HK on the signature Genji. The Valentine are coming into this with many more ults than they did previously, but will they get the chance to use them? Santana lays down the bound for Foe will escape with the teleporter. That was kind of creative, but no, can't quite say the same for the backline. That was a great play from Foe. All right, snapping some ankles. You like to see it. Valentine will eventually get that stop here, and Vindrive hoping to get a nice recontest.
Yes, and we're going back to this high ground to see if it in fact who's going to take it. I'd love to see how Santana's also finding that mobility, but man, you see Miss Sun just making it difficult right here, just being like, if you're going to stay up here, I am going to put the pressure and make you have to move from this high ground area because my team is pushing in and we're coming in hot.
Well, HK Blade, that's certainly something hot, but nope, that's a sound barrier, gonna deny all that damage. HK knows it, just opts to play safe and keep her life, but Megatron doesn't quite have the same luck. Catches her out on the flank, is missing there. A great positioning awareness from Vindrive, and they're gonna steamroll their way through this push, haven't lost a single player, and that's gonna be key, because Valentine will have to scramble to recontest.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see all the teammates. I mean, this is the push. They're really making a lot of time right here with this reset. If, in fact, can they close it off? This is what Vindrive needs, Tiny. Could this be it for them?
There's a very good chance that it is, and these Kitsune rushes will tell the story of it. Almost up to these downpours, yes, but April going down. Vindrive not feeling good about the direction this fight is taking. It's a triple kill for Foe, who again teleported to the high ground and then just dropped in the middle of the enemy team. She's playing dive Symmetra right now, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen nothing but aggro Symmetra, so I am terrified. I would be terrified to go up against, and also I would be letting my team know, like, please focus on this Symmetra because we cannot be getting this damage. All this DPS that's, we are taking, we can't make up for it as the healers. So I think at this point, this is going to be about who can capitalize on this push right here. Tiny!
It was an exchange of the downpours. Oh, that one's painful. It's a bloody battle, but it's a 3-for-2, and Valentine only have their supports remaining. They use Bernice as an intimidation. The title of Blast just walking forward. She's like, come at me. Nobody did, so she'll back off, and Vindrive, they're not going to respond nearly as fast. So Missin wants to use this opportunity to go in. The Dragon Blade, of course, will ignore this photon barrier, but the Suzu already out from either team, and it's HK who pulls the blade first. The response from Missin, it's got to be huge, but no, instantly shut down by Megatron. This is the final fight available on this map. Vindrive, who's been the stronger dive team throughout the series, it looks like their best shot, are now on the brink of going down to the lower bracket. There'll be one more contest opportunity, but Cameron already dead. Vindrive not allowed to step a toe within this payload. Last one standing now is this Reinhardt from Kindred. Valiant way potentially to go out, but there's just not much more that Vindrive can do. They played it to their best. They had the substitutions come in, but even then, it will not be enough. Valentine will manage to clutch it out and go guarantee themselves a spot in the grand finals of our LCQ.
Oh my god, Tiny. It was just like edge of your seat. I know it was just so close for Vindrive. I mean, it was such, a valiant effort on their end because it's just not an easy thing to do, but you have to give, kudos for just even going up against, Valentine. So congratulations to Valentine and, securing that spot. But man, it was like one of those things, just seeing like they've tried to do every possible thing to move themselves closer and closer, and it just was not working, on their side. But, that's what shows you, like, sometimes you can be really close, but you just can't give up. And, Valentine definitely wanted to secure that win and did everything possible on that defense side.
Yeah, and Valentine too. We're working with a bit of a curveball today. They didn't have all of their starters in. Had some subs with both Phone and Megatron coming in for this team. They made it work. Didn't have a hit scan, not a problem. Stick Phone on the Symmetra, and it's such a pesky hero to have to deal with in pretty much any composition you go against, and we saw how much trouble that ended up causing Vindrive at the end of the day. I will say most of these maps were very close, and if we do get this rematch later on in our grand finals, I'd say we are in for a good one. That of course does depend, can Vindrive get there, because Cafe Violet is waiting for them in the lower bracket.
Oh, Cafe, the girl gang's coming, and I'm excited to see that. But what's fun to see is if in fact can they regroup from that loss? Can they learn from their mistakes and know that like they were really, really close and they were able to win some of those maps. So it's really kind of not win, but how, right? And I just think it's just going to be how they can regroup as a team and maybe make some kind of magic happen, because it can happen. You never know.
It can. It very well can. And I would like to see the continuation of those changes, because I think there were some Valentine were willing to get flexible. I think same goes for Vindrive, more familiar with what they were already strong with, because they had their full starting roster in. They're feeling good about that, but it just wasn't enough to quite push them over that line. So I think this matchup against Cafe Violet will be very telling for if there is a chance for anybody to take down Valentine at this rate.
Yeah, and it's, and I want to talk more, but we are going to go to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Get some more popcorn and drinks, because we have some more LCQ coming your way. Welcome back, everyone. We're so excited to be here. We're here with the Calling All Heroes, and I'm here with Tiny, and we just wrapped up our first game, but now we have a winner's interview. We got Valentine, we have Bernice on the line. We're going to be talking and asking some questions, so we're really excited. Welcome back, Bernice.
Hello. Nice to talk to you.
Hi, congratulations on that win. So I'm just going to go straight into it. You know, you guys, this is day 2. The second event that you guys had last week. What was different between this first week and this second week? I mean, obviously you guys have been so dominating, but what kind of pep talk did you guys give yourselves today?
So since we're around the holidays, like with Halloween, and it's one of our players' birthdays, we are kind of running with like a substitute roster this week.
Okay.
So Phone and Megatron, they really stepped up to play today, which is really awesome. But I think the biggest change from last week to this one is just putting Phone in kind of means that we don't really have those hit scan options, like the Sojourn, Freya, kind of off the table for us. So we have to focus really hard on those double flex DPS comps that we were playing, and I think Phone found a special spot on the Symmetra and was just kind of running the lobby, so it worked out.
Awesome. Well, whose birthday was it?
It was AJ Marr's birthday, or Aaron's.
Oh, okay. Well, happy belated.
Happy birthday, AJ Marr. We love AJ Marr here, I can tell you that
Yay.
much. I do want to talk a little bit more about this, Bernice, because this is now a guaranteed spot for Valentine in the LCQ. Of course, we'll determine whether you will get that 7th or 8th seed in our LCQ finals match coming up a little bit later tonight. But what does it mean for you and Valentine to make a return to the Calling All Heroes Championships, where we've seen all of you now for years?
Yeah, Valentine last played at the very beginning of the year, and we had success back then as well. The roster was a little bit different, but we still have the pieces from the previous Valentine that are still involved with this one in the coaching and managerial roles. So it kind of means a lot to us that we're able to come back after so much time and still play together as friends and kind of take the competition by storm.
I love this momentum that you guys have. And how do you think that you guys are going to be able to solidify that going in, coming back again and trying to just, show off a little bit more of the magic that your team has had?
I think we can definitely carry the momentum forward. We're really looking towards champs because the teams that have qualified ahead of us because they've been playing all year are definitely a step up from the people that are in LCQ. Including ourselves, of course. And that's really where our focus is, on taking the momentum. So we want to, win tonight, take that first seed from the LCQ, so we have a bit of a better bracket into champs and really just try to carry it forward in that tournament.
Sounds like a plan.
And kind of talking more about this story that Valentine has, right? Because you had a very good placement in the previous Calling All Heroes champs, and we haven't seen a ton of a lot of the players here throughout the course of the year. Kind of coming back into the LCQ, how has it been, returning to Calling All Heroes and then being okay, we need to make this champs? Has there been a lot of pressure that you think you have felt from this team, or has it all just been good vibes for the most part, being with players you've been with for a while?
It's been good vibes. To be honest, I think most of the pressure is coming just from me, worried about my own kind of rusty gameplay, and I've been kind of applying that pressure to everyone else, which I gotta pull back a little bit on. But because I took such a long break from the game, it is definitely really stressful for me to feel like I can come back and not let down my friends.
I like how real you're keeping it. I'm going to ask you one last question, and I just want to know, what do you think it's going to take, really to, now that you have a little bit of the new roster coming through, what's the kind of team comms that, with now that you've shared that, you've had a little bit of pressure, what would you say is, kind of some of the keywords that you're trying to solidify for your team so you guys continue with the momentum and also this mindset?
I think keywords for pep talk is just focusing on kind of playing our own game and living a lot. We have a really big problem with trading out in fights that should be in our favor. As for comms when we're playing the game, it's loud. It's really, really loud. I think everyone on the team is a little bit of a screamer. So once
Okay.
things are kind of intense, everyone's focusing on their own thing, and it's hard to listen sometimes, to be honest. But the main things you're really looking out for is just like a couple of those really, really important cooldowns. Like especially Santana, we were playing super hard around everything she was doing. So probably the loudest things that got talked about was if she used her jump leap cooldown, that was screamed by 5 people. And if she went left, that was screamed by 5 people. And if she went right, it was screamed by 5 people. And we were just focusing really, really hard on shutting her down.
Well, that's a lot of intel that you've given us. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy this little break that you have. We will see you back again, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That was great.
Wow.
I like that.
Tiny.
A lot of noise from that team.
A lot of noise. Because we're not hearing like in-game comms, you know. At least not yet. Maybe you get lucky, guys, for the championship. You know, tune in. You never know. But what I really loved about that, how honest, you know, that we can be here, because Bernice like mentioned the fact that like, you know, the pressure that you have. It's not sometimes with another team, it's really with yourself, because if you feel like you're letting the team down, you know, it brings that vibe down. And so especially if you take a break. So I think we received a lot of intel, like where the mindset is, what they need to work on, and even like being such a great team, it just shows that there's still room for improvement.
And I think that goes to show that there's always something that you can do a little bit better. But I also think Bernice needs to be confident in herself.
Okay.
I think, you know, I think there's a lot of...
I agree.
I'm not saying that she's not confident. I'm saying she deserves to be confident, because she was playing fantastic throughout that entire game. And I am very much looking forward to Valentine, seeing them again later down the line. But of course, we do have another series to get through first.
We do, but before we do, we're going to take a quick short break. So guys, sit back, relax, because we're just going to take a quick little break and we'll be right back. Welcome, everybody. I know we had a lot of breaks, but, we also need to stay hydrated. And I'm so excited to be back with you, Tiny, because, we just had a great interview, and I was just thinking, like, what are they going to do? Last time they had, like, a burger, and, like, what are they going to eat now? What's that, like, post, like, meal that you need to get before, or, like, snacks that you need to get before you, like, come up on a win, So I'm just thinking about that.
That's a tough one. I mean, it was Halloween yesterday, so
candy.
Maybe some candy. I'm getting some Halloween candy.
Candy.
I think that sounds good. Anything that's chocolate, I'm game for.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, but some people aren't chocolate fans. I'm an all candy sweet. I got a sweet tooth, so give me all the treats. And speaking of treats, we have some more matchups for you guys. So we're going to be talking about now what we're going to be getting into next. So if you're just tuning in, we have our winners final. We saw that with Vendor Drive and Valentine, but now we're going to get into the lower bracket, and we're going to find out who, in fact, is going to make it to the grand final. And so I'm just curious, Tiny, because you've been in this community here and watching from upper bracket to lower bracket and all season long, and watching these players grow. Like, what's it like, coming through and seeing all these teams progress?
I think it's a great story. Like, Calling All Heroes, especially since the introduction of OWCS2, we've seen so many players get opportunities that they typically wouldn't because they have the spotlight of something like Calling All Heroes. I think it's a great motivator for people to play and to put their best efforts into this tournament. But it also shows that there are other opportunities and offers a new level of inclusivity and opportunity in the Overwatch esports scene. And I've really loved seeing that progress so far. Of course, Calling All Heroes Championships always had a much brighter spotlight on it than every other tournament, and that's why the LCQ is so much more important. We already have Valentine guaranteed their spot in Calling All Heroes Champs, waiting in the grand finals bracket for the seeding match, and now one of our teams here will claim that second spot. And I mean, Vendor, we saw them in the last series. They did end up going down, of course, but Cafe Violet, this is a team that beatable, yes, but if they can play at their best, I think Vendor are gonna have a run for their money.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun to see this, because now with Vinderive, like, having to process what just happened, against Valentine, the mistakes that were made, that's in the past now. They now get to come in and go up against a new team, new vibe, new energy, and really, what, in fact, do you tell your team? Okay, like, what is the pep talk needed to go through this, like, whole scenario and challenge? And I think it's going to be really important to keep that energy up, since they just came off, playing. They're pretty warmed up. They're ready to go. And I think it's just really kind of how they set the tone in the first matchup, and really kind of like who they pick for their bans. That's really going to be kind of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and it is going to change, of course, going against this roster for Cafe Violet. The first time we're going to have them on broadcast as of today, but for me, I think they're the underdog team. They're the underdog team of this LCQ, and there is a chance for them to get a win, for sure, more than, I think, against Valentine. But this is still going to be very difficult. All of these players have had an opportunity to participate in Calling All Heroes previously. The only new face what we're seeing is the Cake Queen coming in on this flex support role for the most part. My eyes, again, they're going to be on Viola. Viola likes playing this Diva, likes playing this Hazard, which, hey, those are Santana heroes. So we could be seeing ourselves in a mirror match for a lot of these upcoming maps for the series, and that's going to be particularly important there. Same goes for Kaisicle, Tracer, and a very important hero in this particular meta, and we saw how threatening Nissan was when she was able to play it.
Yeah, and we saw the ban come off right away when, it's kind of like the hard lesson that you need to learn when you have to ban Sarah. But we are going to Ilios. We're going in, and I'm very curious to see who they're going to pick. Like you said, this is the first time we're seeing Cafe Violet, and looks like Lucio. Okay. And, how do you feel about that one from the initial ban coming from Cafe Violet?
I think these all make a lot of sense. Lucio is... I think we only saw April play Lucio, actually, this series.
True.
Didn't end up switching
Yes.
to the Wuyong, which very uncommon in today's day. April and Cameron, I think, as a support duo, it's the very first time we're getting him in a Calling All Heroes tournament. They've been very impressive from what we've seen, so support ban target makes sense. And the same goes for the Freya. Ilios is a dive-heavy control map, and the only control map to do that, so if that's anything about what Vindrive thinks, they're still putting their eggs in the basket of Santana and Missin on their Hazard and Tracer.
Yeah, I think the Freya is definitely makes a lot of sense. What I find really interesting is that initial ban from Lucio also makes a lot of sense. So they definitely probably know, they've probably been doing their homework as to who could, play it, considering there's some flex support players, because if there is that, they probably been doing some homework on that. So I'm always curious to see how, in fact, this how a team sets a tone, right? And especially a map like Ilios, where there's just so many different lanes, so many areas of contention, and also just this empty hole of death that just will be, it will be either your foe, your enemy, or your biggest savior, right? And some, players know how to use their heroes to the best of their ability and really just understand map awareness in this Ilios map. So I'm very curious on how they're going to do that, and in fact, excited to see a brand new team like Cafe Violet.
I'm very excited. And Cafe Violet, we did have them on broadcast last week when they played against Valentine. It was a 3-0 sweep favoring them. Cafe Violet, it was their first game in the LCQ, yes. It was 3 close maps, but they did lose all 3 of them. Vindrive pushed it to a distance, so there was the potential for this to be a good matchup. Again, full dive comps are going to be the name of the game to start us out with this Wuyong Kiriko for Cafe Violet.
Yeah, and also just, there's the D.Va kind of giving that high ground intel. In fact, seeing if there's any contention coming around. There's just so many. It's good to see an echo coming through here from Vanderdrive. Okay, finding things a little interesting, but definitely got shot down really quick.
I was gonna say, I don't know if Haruhi wants to play the Echo anymore after just getting taken out by Cyrena on this Wuyong almost immediately. We'll end up staking it. We'll
Listen, Tiny, I was hopeful for a show, okay? No cause for cursing over here. I just was very wow, an Echo. But, like you said, probably not the play. Maybe some adjustments need to be made here.
It worked! It worked! We got one! Cyrena has been taken out. Haruhi has her revenge. It's a good day for Vindrive. And they did get the point capture going a couple of seconds ago, too. So they are going to look to clean up the rest of these eliminations and staggers. If Viola needs to stay in mech here, that is not one you have to worry about.
Yeah, Viola just making it look easy from this high ground, giving lots of intel to their team. And there you go. The D.Va over here just, who to see who can, in fact, absorb all the damage coming through. But you see Cafe Violet just making their rotationals look so easy, trying to find an edge where they can find an opening here. You can see Viola just not making it look, easy for them.
Yeah, but the K-Queen wins the race to the Kitsune Rush, and Vindrive are going to lose out on both of their supports because of it. And Cameron even ended up using their own Kitsune Rush. That is not a good spot for Vindrive to be in. Santana used the self-destruct as well. And yeah, you're going to burn through a couple of players here, but you don't have a lot of healing, so this needs to be won almost instantaneously. Santana's mech down almost as soon as they got back in it. And yeah, Cafe Violet, they really, really want to get this flip considering the advantage they started with. But the question is, can they manage to clean up these pesky players? Missin holding on to this pulse bomb, looking to throw it onto the K-Queen potentially. You can see the Kiriko kind of start to flinch there, but Cameron has got that one covered. No need for it. This time, Missin will deny the remake, and just like that, we're in Final Fight territory.
Oh man, Masoon just make it. Wait, okay.
Didn't even see that.
Well, there's that. I was just gonna say, Masoon just, bringing Tracer and, cleaning up over there, making Vindrive.
It's over. It's done. There's no touch.
It's done. Yeah, the time. It's over. But you just saw the aggression coming through Vindrive with that Tracer. Is no man, we are gonna make circles and run circles around you. And I mean, it was a good effort from Cafe Violet. I just think that what they need to do is need to figure out where that DPS is going to focus on that Tracer, because if they're going to go in with mobility heroes that are just going to be that fast. It's just one of those things. Like, we need to focus on someone who's doing a lot of damage. You could see, like, she pulled in quite a bit of damage for their team. And even the Echo that we were just earlier talking, I was like, okay, well, we can bring Echo, but it looks like they're bringing out the Symmetra, which we've seen before.
Probably just TPs out of the spawn, swapping back to Tracer. Pretty common just to get your team to the point a little faster. We will instead, though, have Ray on the Sojourn. We've seen these range games. Ruhi, the one who did it a lot in our previous match, but Ray will instead be the one to pull it out. More pressure onto Vindrive's Echo, and just some more poked range damage, which was lacking in the previous round. Of course, Lighthouse, a much better place to be able to pull that out, but Santana already sub 100 HP there for a second, and struggling to stay within the mech. Eventually will be taken out, and that's not the start you're looking for Vindrive. Cafe Violet had Ray on this high ground on the Lighthouse. Nobody can contest it until now, where it's way too late. They don't have any tank presence, and the Cake Queen is throwing those knives.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things. It's just like leaving, in that placement all alone is just not what you want to do. And, I was really surprised that Santana, still wanted to put that pressure and just got burned so quickly. But I'd love to see how, in fact, if we can see some Sojourn action coming from Cafe Violet. I would love to see if they can use that ability from this high ground. But you could just see Brigitte just coming in with the D.Va, putting a lot of pressure up on that high ground here, Tiny.
Yeah, but Ahuri's job is to get Ray out of the fight, and while all of that is happening, the jostle for positioning for the supports, you get the two things you want. The Sojourn off the high ground, which is the big threat from last fight, and Viola out of mech. So no tank presence available. Eventually we'll take care of the baby D.Va, and Vindrive will be quick to flip that point back over.
Yeah, I'm just loving to see Echo up on here, making it look easy for Vindrive. Trying to get some points here on the board. And it's also the placement that I also like from the Echo too, right? Just able to give a lot of intel to their team.
Yeah, Ahuri's been working very well with that pick thus far, and they can deny a lot of the space to Ray, who wants to get set up on these high grounds area. It will be, of course, the Kitsune Rush from Cake Queen, helping Cafe Violet get towards the objective. Cameron opting to hold it until just now. Pulse Bomb. That one ends up going a bit wide. Right out the chaos, though. Cameron couldn't quite keep April up, and Santana's health bar struggling as well. Does manage to get this self-destruct up in the nick of time, so guarantees a remech and denies one to Viola. Key stick there from missing to make sure that there won't be a tank to follow up further, and now it's just Cafe Violet trying to get out as quickly as they can, as it really is going to be a tough one to start to close out. As soon as Santana turns their attention towards these players on the point, it's as good as done.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that pressure coming in from Santana is just what they needed. And, just also not having Santana do any of those micro mistakes that, can happen when you are D.Va, but also just, having that high ground too, and seeing how, in fact, that they can work together with the Echo. And they keep picking the same lane, which I would love to see Cafe Violet try different lanes here, because in fact, if they're running out of options here and running out of time.
Ooh, that was a great whip shot from April. Not only denies the Tidal Blast completely from knocking her down, but then makes sure Tycicle can't regroup with the shield bash. Wonderful set of plays from her, and even gets the shutdown onto Cyrena in the backline. I mean, this break pick, not one that we've seen commonly, but since Lucio's off the table, she's happy to pull it out. It's working out for Vindrive. They have 99%, only needing to clear these last couple of players off of the point. Ray does manage to get the break, though, as we were just highlighting it. So it's a little bit harder now for Santana to make this work. But these staggers, there's just no way for Cafe Violet to fully regroup. Viola will get the self-destruct online, but not in time to fully deny this sort of remech that we were going to see. The Cake Queen has the Kitsune Rush, won't need to end up burning it until almost C9. A little bit of sweatiness there, but there we go. Cafe Violet eventually get the flip. We'll keep this round going.
Yeah, I mean, this is the flip that they needed. And also just seeing Santana, there's a lot of, forward aggression. And I am very surprised. But, with D.Va, I think sometimes it's just when you're so used to playing a tank like her, and you find windows of opportunity, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. And I think they haven't been always working for Santana. So it's going to be interesting how they adjust that in the end.
Oh, All right, well, Ray just got run over by Santana, and we'll better even take a second to go over there. That's D.Va flying at Mach speed, people. You can't mess with it. Santana starting to look like Thanos out there with 2 going down. Cameron following it up with even more. Denies the pulse bomb before dropping the self-destructive Viola to dodge that one out. Then to drive. End up taking Ilios too. Oh, we know that dive comp is in their blood, and map 1 shows us just that.
Yes, Van Drive, like just, I'm just impressed to see the Echo up in here. It definitely worked for them on this map. And, we like to see a little action from the Cake Queen, from our teams here. But, it's just Cafe Violet, just, I feel like there was moments where they could have progressed. And I think it was just, earlier I saw some micro mistakes that could have happened. And I think it's just, with Vanderdrive, like having to just have fun with the D.Va and just having Santana try things. If things work, great. And they always worked when they did. Like you saw that run, getting run over. You don't want to be in that situation. So I think it's just a matter of just seeing who makes those micro mistakes and capitalizing on them.
We got to give it to Vindrive as well. I think not only were they a little bit better at kind of forcing mistakes, but they also found opportunities just slightly faster, especially with Ray playing the Sojourn. You're not the most mobile. Once your power slide is out, you're pretty much done. And most of the time, Ray used it to get on top of the lighthouse. Santana knew that. It's like, oh, free Sojourn. No, and it just sends it on top. So we saw a lot of things like that from the team. Missin looks really good. I liked the Echo flexibility, as you said, too, from Haruhi.
Yes.
And it does show that Vindrive, even though they ended up having not a fantastic game that they were hoping for in their last series, their spirits are still up.
Yeah, I think it's really just kind of, we've seen teams kind of make some adjustments, whether it's their heroes, and sometimes a new map just kind of changes everything. So I'm very curious to see who the bans are going to be this time. In fact, what would you say if you were Cafe Violet, knowing that this team just came off playing, a team that has just qualified for the finals? What do you do? Like, do you say what do you do as a team? I feel like you've met so many of these players, whether you've casted over them and just seen them before. What would you say or give the pep talk that for your team?
Wait, Cafe Violet, I think they knew going into this was going to be a tougher game. It's a team that, we've seen them make top 8 before, but always going out in the 7th and 8th in one of our first teams. So with that being said, it's a bunch of players that are on the rising. They've been more recent newcomers into the Calling All Heroes, at least the top Calling All Heroes teams. So the fact that they've made it this far is good, but I want to see them start to play a little bit more towards their comforts as we go on. And speaking of comfort, what more comfortable map is there than King's Row?
King's Row, just a community favorite. I just love to see this game in any time. If I'm spectating it or watching, and the bands here are going to be quite interesting. We got Ramatra, and I think that's a great initial pick here coming into King's Row, and Reaper also coming in as well. So it's just how are they going to build this momentum for Cafe Violet? I would love them to kind of reset their mentality going into this map.
I think more than that's going to be reset too, especially the compositions. We have these 2 very brawly type bans, so we're not going to see any Zarya, likely. Nope. I don't think any other, like Orisa shouldn't be out there. I mean, maybe Amalga or something like that. But honestly, Hazard works fantastic here. And that is something that both Santana and Viola are feeling good about. I mentioned at the beginning of the series that a big talking point, or rather just kind of things we need to be watching out for, is how are these tanks matching up to each other? And so far, Santana has just been blowing that out of the water. Viola hasn't been able to move forwards quite as quickly, finding those opportunities. So this second map is going to be a good taste of that.
I think finding the right tank to challenge someone like Santana being just so great at that positioning. And I think if they tend to go with someone like Hazard, I think it's going to be very problematic for, the team that, although they are the underdogs, sometimes that pressure does build. And I think it's important to note that, like, some players play best when they are put under that pressure. So I want to see Cafe Violet like really find that like inner champion in them and know that they deserve to be here just like everybody else, and they can do it. And it's Kings Row. We're gonna have some fun.
Oh yeah, we love Kings Row. That's how it goes. You can't not have fun on Kings Row. Ironically though, I did say we probably wouldn't see Zarya if we didn't have Reaper, since those two heroes, we've kind of, it's been a joke in the Overwatch community. Shout out OC. If we don't even Zarya without a Reaper, it's called Naked Zarya. She doesn't have
oh man
of
she's just out there just oh no. I mean maybe yes to some people. I mean it is the weekend. So
hey, well, I mean in this case the Genjis are going to take more of that Reaper role of getting a lot of the aggressive bubbles in that sense. So
yes.
Missing and Kaisicle, we need to be keeping eyes on them as well.
Yeah, Kaisicle, Miss Sun being the Genjis. But you can already just see, Viola just kind of putting in the pressure already. Finding some opening over here. But yeah, I love to see Kaisicle, just completely getting burned over here by Santana.
Yeah, can't deflect that, Kaisicle. Unfortunately, that is on the short list of things Genji does not like, anti-beams. Cafe Violet, though, gonna be a fast reset from them. You know what you're running into now, and hopefully can start to move towards the high ground faster.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The pressure that needs to come from Cafe Violet needs to set the tone, because even though they are all great at what they do, they need to put on the pressure so they make their mark. And I think if we can get some picks here from Kaisicle, this would be kind of that moment. If the DPSs can really work together to support, Viola, this will be an opportunity for them.
We did have Ray swap over to the Freya to match Haruhi as well. So more ranged on their side, but again, Mistin has looked so good all day long on whatever flex DPS she has been put onto, and it kind of continues to keep that tempo up. Both DPS gone for Cafe Violet, and another very fast reset.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some way, Missoon is just coming, from a game. I feel like Vendor Drive has that advantage of feeling nice and toasty coming from playing, and I think that that's really to their advantage. But also is just, finding that opening. You could see the Kitsunes just rolling in, Tiny.
Yeah, Viola just lasered through Missin. As soon as that was down, you could see the panic start to set in for Vinderai. So that's just exactly what you wanted. Only needed the Kitsune rush too, so even better. We'll get a full cap with how quickly that fight ended up, ending, for lack of a better word. And yeah, Vinderai will be looking to set up more towards this bookstore since all heroes got forward spawns.
Yeah, and this is the aggression that I needed from Cafe Violet to, set the tone. Like, they're still in it. There's still a dog fight in them, and they just need to, figure out which lane that they can, focus on, which of their DPSs can really capitalize on, taking down Mitsun and, especially Santana, just kind of being that pillar for Vandrive.
But in this one, though, it's going to be more up to the ultimates, like especially Graviton Surge. Such a good tool to be able to use, and it's used to lock up Missin. That is how much respect they give to the Genji. It does grab out other players as well, but not enough damage for it to matter thanks to April's sound barrier. Still, 5v4, favoring Cafe Violet and Cyrena, putting the pedal to the metal. Sound barrier used offensively, but even then, Viola's health melted like butter, and there's just not a chance for this team to continue their forwards aggression. Santana still on their feet. Graviton Surge, but very unlikely we're going to see that come out unless Ray does something extraordinary here, or in this case, Kaisicle. That's one with the Dragon Blade, and it clears the path for Cyrena and the rest of Cafe Violet to walk forwards. A wonderful set of perseverance there, and just identifying where that weak point was.
I mean, that was such a great two-piece right there. Lucio coming in, and it's also just like the way the pacing that Cafe Valley. I really would love to see this momentum that they've carried on and just bring in that, that synergy that they're bringing, because it's just really impressive to see. Now, I don't want to cast or curse it, but I just love if they can continue to stack this properly.
That's a Graviton Surge, though, but that one from Santana. It's both Bubbles and the Suzu out, and Viola's life. Great, you checked off a whole shopping list of cooldowns you wanted from your enemy team. Now you just win the fight. And we talked about how these big cooldowns really matter through the day, and Santana did that with one ult.
Yeah, the caster curse is real, y'all. Here's the thing. I think that just having a player like Santana and not focusing on this type of player is really going to be kind of the catalyst here of what Cafe Violet needs to do.
Oh, well, Cafe Violet, they wanted to go in with the Kitsune Rush. That was the idea. Maybe Kaisicle will keep it alive. That's a triple kill for them. How in the world did they just pull that out of thin air? Going to have to get all 5 right now. This is going to be the case. 1v1 for the objective and arguably the point if this doesn't end quickly. But no, Missin will get the better of Kaisicle. That was some serious, almost heroics there.
I mean, they were just... I was holding my breath because that 1v1 situation would have had it, but Missin just has not missed a beat since starting this map. And really, it's just showing that, Cafe Violet definitely has the pressure and definitely can do it if they can find the lane that works best for them.
Now they have more access to these high ground points with where the payload currently stands. So that's a lot better for players like Ray who want to hold more by these stairs while Viola pressures that main angle. But a pulse bomb stick from Missin, that's 2 for 2 now. In particular, at least the ones that we've seen on Missin's cam. That should just do it. I don't think anyone from Cafe Violet wants to stick around with less than the minute on the clock, even if you do end up getting Missin there.
Yeah, I mean, the time is definitely depleting for Cafe Violet. They definitely need to make some moves here, get some picks, get closer to this payload, and find a way to break through this section area.
Ooh, but a ton of ults, but the sound barrier is in the way. Ray gets shut down mid-bola shot, and yeah, that sound barrier from April, having it just before Cyrena, huge difference maker in that. A 2 for 1, and Vindrive are happy to take that with how much time's left.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see Missoon just really capitalize on this tracer movement. It's just insane. The mobility is just not missing a beat over here.
The crowd got deflected! Oh wait, no, that didn't get deflected. I got excited. That was actually Santana's grab because they managed to build up one so quickly. I didn't even pay attention to that ultimate charge. And either way, that's a great hold from Vindrive in that second point. And Missin was laying down the work when it came to those first picks.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible defense from them. Vindrive just really capitalizing on the areas that they needed and, doing quite the work here with 15 eliminations and quite a bit of, mobility, through kind of just poking, the bear when in fact they could, but it was just not enough. But we did see that incredible play by Kaisicle, which was quite impressive.
Yeah, Kaisicle has been the standout player so far, at least on this Genji, has been really good with those Zarya bubbles, and kind of went out the duel. Missin just I'm gonna go back to my Tracer where I feel the most comfortable, and honestly, it worked out for the best, and you can tell just being on that Tracer and how much pressure that's put onto Ray. Haruhi, of course, majority winning out that matchup, but the assistance that Missin gives with the extra level of harassment there has really helped.
Yeah, and I think Kier now is just really kind of finding the pockets of how the teams can just capitalize on who they know best. And, now that they've gotten a taste of one another on this map is just really of who can have the most fun, I feel like. Vindrive has been showing quite the stops today, and so has Cafe Violet, but you just never know what might happen, Tiny.
No, and that's the beauty of Overwatch, especially in this type of meta. Things tend to get scrappy pretty fast. You have a lot of heroes that can just do massive amounts of burst damage and silence you before you even know what hit you. In this case, though, we aren't going to have all of that many swaps. Kaisicle sticking on the Genji, and Missin will opt back towards that Tracer that she has felt more comfortable with on there, which definitely approve of that. It's kind of a slow jostle for positioning as we typically see in the front of the map, but the fact that Missin was able to get behind Cafe Violet this early on, a little bit concerning. You saw how many cooldowns were forced out of Cake Queen, making her a lot more vulnerable to the start, and even Cameron getting that first pick onto Ray. Vindrive feeling pretty good about this, already getting 2 ticks.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vendor Drive just showing complete dominance over here, and you were right on the Missoon swap right there with the Tracers, really just what you want to see, and it's just making it look quite easy here, and that was just such a quick cap there, moving that payload right along. And, you know, if I was Cafe Violet, I would definitely try to continue putting the pressure, but, you know, I don't think that Cafe Violet was very aware of the time that they had. So it's just something that you can just definitely tell the difference here between Vendor Drive and Cafe Violet for sure.
Vendor Drive 2, 5 minutes to get not even to the full second point here.
Exactly. They're cruising. They're cruising.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they're cruising. And I think too, you know, possibly like whatever happens, because we did say, you know, you never know what might happen, but I would love to see some more pressure coming through Cafe Violet right here.
There's just not much you can do. If Missing hits a pulse bomb like that, you don't have a DPS line to work with. I mean, Haruhi is still standing and doing what you need to. It's just the Missing show that we're watching. Has not been matched on this Tracer so far, and I don't know if Cafe Violet are going to be even have an opportunity to prove that otherwise.
Yeah, it's just one of those things too, the reset, like, you know, for me, I could see Vendor Drive just using this opportunity to really kind of stay, you know, warm. And, you know, I think they're just kind of using any mobility that they have. And you just see the ults popping off over here, Tiny.
It was a bubble onto April to make sure the sound barrier landed in the middle of Viola's grab, and it did, so everybody but April managed to stay alive. So good for Vendor Drive, but you don't really need to win this fight. You could just opt to go to the next, and with Haruhi having 2 HP and still peeking again, yeah, maybe not that one. I still say about traded out for Ray, which is kind of crazy, all things considered. Vendor Drive, yeah, we're not going next fight. We're just gonna win it here and now. That is utter domination from Missing all map long, and a 2-0 match point for Vendor Drive to get a spot in Calling All Heroes Champs.
Yeah, Vendor Drive making this look like just a practice run for them, but you know, you have to give it to Kaisakol. This play was absolutely stellar. I think you and I were just popping off over here, just getting so hyped. Because you just like never know if you can place like a good ult. You know, that's what I would have liked to have seen more from Cafe Violet. I think if they had capitalized more on those opportunities and placements, but you know, it's just having someone like Santana, you know, being there just kind of as their pillar. It's just really something that the DPSs have to work really well together.
I mean, Santana, I think I'd put in my top 4 Calling All Heroes tanks that we have seen.
Okay.
And I mean, having them in the LCQ is a massive asset towards Valentine as well. And I think Valentine, Vendor Drive, excuse me. What we're seeing from Vendor Drive in particular is their ability to pop off in the neutral before these ultimates start. Usually we're seeing the first pick go over to Vendor Drive, typically for somebody like Missing, but sometimes it's usually Santana who helps facilitate that in a way. And because of that, even by the time Cafe felt like, okay, well, we still need to commit, we need to use ults because it's now or never, you're already at a disadvantage. And it's worked out for Vendor Drive so many times that I just wonder, can this tempo that they've set be stopped?
No, and it just shows you the difference between how the synergy of teams are. And, you know, possibly, you know, some of the things that we had asked Valentine in that post question is like, what are you doing? What kind of comms are coming through, right? Because if your team is also stacking the ults properly, which you could just see how the team is doing, just I think what really needs to happen if Cafe Violet just wants to they just need to be very assertive and confident that they are in this and they can do it. It needs to be the bans that are thought out properly, because you know how these players can be with certain heroes. So I think it's just a matter of how Cafe Violet can do that if they can figure out which is the ban needed for this next one.
Yeah, and there are definitely pieces for Cafe Violet to work with, especially Kaisakol. I think Kaisakol had a lot of strong moments in that match in particular, but kind of rinsing and repeating that again when you're usually at a disadvantage because of some proactive setup or just positioning that you didn't fully scout out in your opponent there, it's tricky for Cafe Violet to stay on top. And we can't underestimate the stakes that this particular match has. One team moves on to the Calling All Heroes Championships, and the other is done. This is the end of their season, and I do wonder if that pressure is really starting to eat away at Cafe Violet.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what separates people from, handling something like a championship spot. The pressure of, working with your team and having not only the camaraderie, but the comms and how you're feeling that day to compete, how are you feeling in general, how to play. And I think really being honest with yourself and where you can reach. But this doesn't mean that it's the end. It just means that you just have more work to do. You now have an opening here to create more greatness in your team. And I would be so proud to even have made it that far. And, they, like you said, they debuted last weekend, and to come back again and just keep showing and keep showing up says a lot about them. So I have to give them their flowers, but Vinda Drive just showing complete dominance, really kind of setting the tone that they deserve that championship spot. And and also just the fact that they just came off some pretty bad losses against Valentine, so they have a lot to prove. They want to make sure that they're the team that handles that spot.
And they got one more map pick, at least in their control, to be able to do so. From here on out, it's reverse sweep or nothing for Cafe Violet, and they're going to like to go to Watch Point Gibraltar, which, reminder, this was the map pick that Vinderive chose against Valentine in their last series when they were down against a match point. So not an unfamiliar pick whatsoever, and you're putting your eggs in the basket. We want to go back to this Diva v Diva. We want to play Fall on Dive. We want to have Ray on a hit scan and hopefully have more of this Genji.
I actually like what Vinda Drive is doing, also putting the pressure of, having Kiriko and not having her be part of this map. I think Gibraltar is one of those maps where she could be just so, it's such a strong pick. So I think that is great. But I would love a reverse sweep. I always love a good story in esports. So please, Cafe Violet, I know you have it in you, even if it's just just a little, just give me something, it would be fun to see, but I don't know. Will it be enough? I don't know, Tiny. I don't know.
It's going to be hard. I think from a mental standpoint, being down 2-0, knowing what's on the line, it's rough.
Yeah.
But having your own map pick here, knowing the hazard isn't going to be a concern, I think that this is the best position that Cafe Violet are going to be able to put themselves in for the rest of the series. They have the key components. They have the skill to do it, but I want to see them be more aggressive. I don't want to see them playing fearful of what their opponents are planning. I want them to be the ones to make the plans, and that will help them a ton in this map. But again, I do fear, because this time Tracer isn't banned on Watch Point Gibraltar, pal.
Ugh, I was hopeful for a Tracer ban, but I know that for people who are tuning in, did you want to break down how the bans work? Because when we were talking, I was very wow, this is so different. So I know with the LCQ, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it follows the same format that we've had for the Calling All Heroes season, where you've one ban per team, can't ban the same role per map, and you can't ban the same hero twice in a series unless it's by each team bans the same hero. So Cafe Violet, they've already used a lot of their key things that they thought would throw Vinderive off, so now taking away the hazard, they want to put Santana in an uncomfortable position, which honestly this time is that Winston, Viola's already knocked out of the mech, goes back to spawn because they're so close, and just swaps back to just get there.
Good idea. I think that is a good idea. Cafe Violet changes. Let's make some changes now. Because really there is much on the line over here. This is your last opportunity to really get yourself in placement here if you want a chance. But, I think Vinda Drive just making the possibility of this not look, they put a little pressure here with the Winston, but not much, not yet.
Maybe not really. Ray's just kind of hunting for shots on this Widowmaker, trying to play safe. I am looking both at Cameron and Kate Queen. Ana has a ton of impact on Watchpoint Gibraltar as a whole.
Miss Sen's already taken out too.
Hey, you go ahead and take that. Miss Sen's been a thorn in the side, and it gives a lot more free range for not only Kai'Sicle here, but you're going to get this payload basically through the underpass by the time Vindarive will drop down. So you can see how forwards Vindarive are opting to play here. That's that crazy tempo they've been setting, not giving Cafe Violet even an inch.
Yeah, and you know, as our ults are charging up over here, it's just really that mobility needed. And oh no!
That was a three-player nade hit by the Kate Queen on both supports and Santana. That set that entire play up. I told you that Ana can have a massive impact, and Kate Queen, one of the 2 heroes we've seen her do well on, but that nano boost built up much quicker from Cameron. Santana got 2, but this payload is going to get darn close to home by the time a touch happens, and I don't know if it is going to last all that long or happen at all in this case.
Okay. I mean, there is a little bit of momentum I see here. This is the map that could possibly show. Oh, but you know, haven't seen some shots here from Ray. I know we keep locking in here from the observer team, but I think we just, you know, see Widow make some, but she is definitely getting contested, so I don't think it's going to go in her favor. But you know, Winston over here with the 2 tanks going head to head over here. The ult not doing much here. Just keeping a nice little high ground here, Tiny.
Yeah, the setup right now for Vindrive is great. This is notoriously one of the hardest points to enter in the game of Overwatch. We had Tidal Blast put on to the Tracer of Kai'Sicle, attempting to kind of crack those doors open, but doesn't quite land on any of the players they were hoping. The movement just off, couldn't reach the ship that Haruhi's standing on. The only one that can actually get up there is Viola, mind you. Or just a long-range shot from Cyrena.
Okay.
Brought that one in, just drowned her mid-air, apparently.
Yeah, that was a nice hit by Cyrena.
Yeah, it was a great hit, but I don't know if it's going to matter all that much. You do get Santana, but it's literally only Viola and a half HP Kai'Sicle, never mind a dead Kai'Sicle, who are still contesting this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they are definitely throwing up their defense over here with Vanderdrev. I mean, Cafe Violet's going to have to really capitalize on this reset over here and, in fact, see if they can do something to stop the bleeding.
We're gonna see. I think this nano boost from the Kate Queen, this is the best shot you're gonna get for a hot minute for Cafe Violet to enter. Bionade, that one goes wide, but the Viola nano boost, this is the game that we actually came to see for the halftime show. If you're more into that, Haruhi, though, wanted to see nothing because Viola is just running at these hit scan whenever she gets the opportunity to. But again, the nano boost on the opposite side, this time onto Santana. It just doesn't matter. It's all null and void. Viola can only get the one where everybody from Cafe Violet was all huddled in one room that Santana could hit.
Yeah, Santana is just definitely running circles around everyone and just picking everyone off. Definitely Cafe Violet needs to make some changes and just like roll in together. I think they're quite staggered here, so there definitely needs to be some kind of contention going in together. But it's just so, like you said, it's just such a hard spot to contest here. It's definitely the hardest part of the map for sure.
Yeah, narrow choke points, high ground that's near impossible to contest, but again, Viola is the best shot at doing it, and she can grab 2 with Kai'Sicle finally teaming up. Yeah, but Santana's counter guide is just too good. This time April is there with them to add that extra stun from the rally that they ended up using, but even now, it's just Viola. The supports are gone. Nothing can be done to help that. Has the self-destruct and attempted remake. Santana, I don't know if you're safe. Definitely question their life choices there. Will manage to live, and Haruhi will come back to make sure this point doesn't get back capped. Less than 2 meters. Got a little dicey for a second, but everybody on their feet for Vindarive and Cafe Violet. They're just trying not to get staggered.
Yeah, it's just impossible right now with just, you know, Santana showing complete dominance no matter where you go, whatever corner you turn. It just seems like Santana is just right there. So I just feel like there just needs to be some kind of possibility for Cafe Violet to really make some of their ults, just as they could see, they have quite a few stacked up. This would be the moment that they could do something.
and Missin's down too. Cyrena made sure that everybody could go in with Kaisikal receiving that Tidal Blast once again. Very good for a Tracer to have, and yeah, that will go ahead and do it with one last bolus shot, giving Haruhi a new hat. 2 minutes, 13 seconds as Cafe Violet look to enter third phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, difficult when you have, the tank just being quite dominant on that side. Let's switch up now for the Diva. And, I think they're just going to ride it out here and just have some fun. I don't want to say, never say never for Cafe Violet, but I do feel like there's a little bit of miscommunication definitely happening with a lot of staggering and just not able to contest properly when needed.
Oh, the 180 flick there onto Kaisikal's pulse bomb, a telegraphed ray that Santana, they just had the playbook before Cafe Violet knew what hit them. That could have been disaster for Vindrive's defense, and 1 single millisecond is all that it took to turn it on its head.
Man, I mean, I think just hanging in the spawn is just not going to work out, but we definitely need to see Cafe Violet regroup into greatness if they want a chance here. But man, Vinda Drive just showing quite the, it's just the dominance that you see, right? You could just see the synergy that they're just so locked in, and it's going to be quite impossible unless some miracle happens.
Well, we're back to the Nano Diva, and this time Santana being on the Diva themselves, not having as much luck as they did previously on the Winston. It is a 1-for-1, but Viola has free pickings here onto this high ground. Cameron leaping away, trying to stay and regroup with April as quickly as possible. Vindrive will get back to this point much quicker. You're not too worried about kind of buying your time, since Santana is here to kind of just match Viola wherever she ends up going, where she gets to turn towards this Tracer duel. Recall forced out of Kaisikal. Nissan wanted to hunt her down and is going to continue to do so, but yeah, it's self-destruct force out of Santana. Demec'd once again. There's no casualties to be had. 16 seconds left in this map. Cafe Violet, they've been playing idly for so long. Somebody has to make a move. Missin kept alive with the work of both Cameron and April combined. But there you go. Kaisikal finally breaks the dam of eliminations. But more has to flow through. Sabrina gonna help facilitate it with the pulse bomb into the backline. K-Queen is dead from a wonderful stick out of Missin. Kaisikal trying to fight 1-for-1 with these Tracer, but it's been the Missin show all day long. And that just might be where Vindrive are going to force Cafe Violet to pump the brakes. No Tracer ban, and Missin is making Cafe Violet regret that.
Yeah, and you could just see the momentum that Vinda Drive had from the very beginning. It was just complete dominance coming out. They just wanted to wrap this up and know that they had this in the bag. And it's, unfortunate to see, but, we can't all be winners today. You can also see the amount of damage coming through for Vinda Drive. And, not to say that Cafe Violet didn't have some great plays, but I do think that there was a lot of misconnects with where they needed to be in map placement, and also just not connecting in terms of comms. There definitely was a misconnect there, because there was a lot of times they were staggered, and that was just to their advantage. And who took advantage of that was Vinda Drive. So congrats on that. But yeah, I mean, it's hard when you have someone like, Santana just coming in and going Winston and then Diva and then just making it look so easy.
One thing I will say that did look better for Cafe Violet is they did go first. I think they weren't just waiting around for something to happen for the majority of their attack. The problem was the counter dive from Santana was just too good and ended up getting both supports, and so anything that Viola did was just negated entirely. We do have a Roadhog, this time hopefully for just a TP hook, and we're not sticking on it like our last series, but I wouldn't hate it.
Nah. What I would love to see, though, is we need to see, like Santana, that little Roadhog, okay? I think we're going to do this horror show again. Tiny.
Nope, just the TP hook. And yeah, all right, back to something a little more reasonable. So, actually, complete mirror comp. This might be the first time today that has happened. So, that's pretty cool that we get it here, but kind of puts emphasis even more about these player-on-player matchups, specifically the Tracers. Kaisikal hasn't been able to have the same impact that Missin has. Granted, I don't think most players could.
Right, and I know that having this mirrored matchup is really gonna, make things kind of interesting, because I feel like in some way they're targeting one another over here. The Freya's going on that high ground. You see the Ana is definitely also here, staying close to the tanks and just finding that area of contention.
But the fact that Missin ended up winning that Tracer duel against Icicle meant that Phelan was free to push. And Missin got it so far that all of this good positioning that Cafe Violet had on the high ground has to be completely forfeited. The supports are now corralled into that server room that we see Santana trying to attack right about now. Eventually we'll have to back off with the amount of pressure and shots hit by Ray and the pack, but I mean, Missin is still on it. It was a Bionade this time from Cameron that helped set that one up, and the coordination that we've seen from this roster, finding the entry point either with a nade or just Missin existing, and then the follow-up from Santana.
I mean, Kaisicle just really making that like Thorn dig even deeper and just having that opening for their team is really kind of what we need to see. I mean, also just like having the Tracers here, I mean, that's their positioning. And we've talked about this area of the map, how difficult this can be. But, you know, the Freya's on this high ground. But you could see, you know, the Diva, Santana, just being like, hey, I'm here. I can contest you too.
Like, this has essentially just been a 4v5. Missin has been getting the first pick every single fight so far. Then Ana boost on Viola to do damage control, but nobody wants to be near her at this point in time. That's another beautiful fire nade that hits 3 and gets the final blow onto Cyrena. Cameron is having the game of their life, or rather the attack of their life on the Ana. Non-stop payload push. Viola should be able to get back in the mech, but sees the Diva Matrix around the corner, has to drop. This is already final fight for the second point.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely pushing through with lots of time on their side.
All right, Cyrena will live. It's fine, I guess, but your Ana's sleeping. Cameron again finding these cooldowns, and Santana exactly where they want to be. Up in the face of Ray. Missin's got this payload covered, and Vindrive, we've seen it here. This tempo, it cannot be stopped. They won't. 5 minutes for this third point, and they don't even need to finish the map.
No, Vindrive just making it look easy, and you know, just Cafe Violet just trying to pick up the pieces of what they can here, but it's just impossible with the dominance that Vindrive has with their tank just really kind of setting up the rest of the DPSs, and you know, their supports just being completely just in tune. It's like this very well-oiled machine coming through, and you know, with so much time, it's like really they're just on a really good pace.
This is a insane tempo to set, and I mean, Cafe Violet, they're just trying to pull straws at this point. Ray back over to the Widowmaker here, hoping to just get a pick before Missin can manage to do so again, but she has the pulse bomb and hitting every one that we've seen so far this map. Off to see if that will change or get needed to. Ray could smell blood in the water there. It's like stepped out of the way, but it's exactly where Missin wanted her to be. That's a second now for Haruhi. Cafe Violet, they're on their last leg, and it's bleeding out fast. Vindrive, they want to have that return match against Valentine. They want to get a spot in this Calling All Heroes Championship, and all it takes is one more meter to be able to do it. Viola, self-destruct, attempted remech, will manage to get it, but has no supports left standing. Icicle respawning soon, sure. The self-destruct zones out everybody else in time. Viola out of mech, no health, and Vindrive have done it. They're moving on to the Calling All Heroes Championships and the grand finals of our LCQ.
Wow, Vindrive coming in hot. I mean, you know, I have to give my flowers to Cafe Violet. It's obviously one of those things that, you know, you love to see every contender come through, but man, there is just no stopping someone like Santana. Look at the dominance just coming in. It was just like they were showing off. They were showing off that this is the team that belongs in the championship here in the Calling All Heroes. So it's quite impressive to see Vindrive after, you know, going up against Valentine, but like saying, hey, we also deserve to be here. We want to be here. And you know, they gave us a great show, and it's just so difficult when a team is just so full of synergy. So congratulations to them. They will definitely be moving on to the championships, and you definitely want to be part of that because that will be December 6th, which is, I know it's November 1st, but December 6th is going to be coming around the mountain very soon. So that's very exciting. But man, what a show that we've had today, Tiny. I mean, it's hard to say like where Vindrive was mentally, but I feel like they were just like full blown charge today with this matchup.
Vendrive was on it. This team as a whole, I think, has a ton of advantages. First of all, I think Santana is, again, proving why the tank is so good whenever it's in their hands. A lot of flexibility and ability to play with the team synergy. And that's the other thing I wanted to bring up, too, is Vendriver coming into this tournament with something that none of the other teams actually that are competing had, and that's a pre-existing core roster for the most part. I mean, we get to listen, Santana and Nianza, or Ruhi, excuse me, all play on a collegiate team together, and they've been doing really well there, have been around top 20-ish in power rankings in North America, which is great for them, bringing that onto the Calling All Heroes stage. And it's things like this, those types of small synergies that really pay off. It's why their dive is so good. It's why they have this type of communication that they can change things up as a whim. And I think that this is a team that we can look forward to putting on their best performance in the championships later in December. And of course, right after our next match here in our LCQ finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is really exciting stuff, to see a team, show why they deserve to be here. But we have a lot more coming your way. But we're going to take a quick short break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you for your patience. I know it's hard sometimes, but you know we had some changes, Shiny, some production changes that were quite enlightening. Would you like to let us know what's going on?
Yeah, well, honestly, I think I'm gonna hold the surprise a little longer until we get the reveals. We're gonna start up here, and then we'll narrow in, and then you're gonna be surprised right along with us. So let's take a peek at our bracket first before we head into that. So our grand finals of our LCQ has been set, Valentine and Vinderive, but this time both these teams have already qualified for the championships since it is the top two teams moving out of the LCQ. This is for seeding. The winner will take 7th place and the loser will take 8th.
And I know that, you know, we've been talking a lot about Valentine through this series, and just also just Vinderive just coming off that win, and obviously having to be quite ready for now that we're getting into this finals. But Valentine and Vinderive, you know, going head to head, obviously Valentine being quite dominant through the series. You know, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Calling All Heroes, the last chance qualifiers. And yes, we are finally at our finals, everybody. So this is it. And I think, you know, for me, I would love to see Vinderive do whatever seance that they did. I know Halloween was yesterday, but hopefully there was some kind of team meeting that really helped them figure out if, in fact, you know, that they belong here. They can do it. And they really need to figure out some way and really figure out who they're going to ban, who they need to focus on, and in fact, you know, that they believe, you know, in themselves. Because I believe in them. Why not? You know, the chat believes in them.
You do. I mean, hey, those plans might change because we mentioned surprise, right? And
it was a surprise.
It's not a puppy, but it's still pretty cool. AJMR is here. But in the DPS role, AJMR has exclusively played flex support in Calling All Heroes, top 3 in that position. Now, for the first time,
what is happening?
I'm taking up what I'm assuming is a hit scan.
Grab
DPS
your popcorn
in some way. This is great. I have no idea what to expect from AJR in this role, but if it's anything like their Ana, I'm here for it. This is going to be great. This is going to be fun. And honestly, I think it changes how Vinderive are going to approach this matchup a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what the comms are, right, between both teams, whether it's like, yeah, you know, just jump on the DPS, you know, we you know, have some fun here. But in fact, what are the comms right now with Vinderive? Like, whoa, wait, what are they doing? What kind of changes are they making? And if in fact, will that affect any of the team's, you know, just initial ideas that they had going into this? You know, that little quick surprise is sometimes, you know, what you need to just close things out, make it nice and neat, wrap it up. I mean, it's not a puppy, but I'm looking for a very good time here, Tiny. So this is gonna be good stuff.
And I do think for Vinderive, this is almost a little bit better for them. In the sense that we even heard it from Bernice in the winner's interview from Valentine.
Yep.
Most of the comms were, hey, Santana jumped. Hey, Santana used block. Hey, Santana did this. Let's go get them.
Yelling.
Exactly. They did not like Santana, and Santana wasn't allowed to exist. And a large part of that was the Symmetra that Phone brought in to the last series. So Phone's not playing, at least for map 1. Don't know if that will change in the future, but for now, you can assume that something different will happen. So Vinderive, almost perhaps a little bit relieved hearing this information, and potentially can allow Santana, or rather Santana can go in and not be afraid that 5 angry people are going to turn around and just jump on him.
Yeah, and you know what's so great is that, you know, when you know, production told us this, you were like, I don't know what to expect. So this is wonderful because I feel like you are our North Star here and you're my North Star. But the question is like, which team is Really's, you know, ban? What is it? How they're going to capitalize? And I think this is some great ban, seeing the Ramatra and the Sordran taken out right here in Lingyang Tower.
Yeah, for Lijiang Tower, I think Ramatra, this was the only take that we saw, right? And both of our tanks, they like to play it. They're both brawly, and typically when you think of them, I think of ground tanks, except for Santana, who has liked the Hazard a bit more lately. But this is going to either, unless we're going to Control Center, I'm hoping we get either more of a dive or I wonder if we go to this Zarya. We saw Santana pull it out in our last series. It's something that they've liked doing, and I'm gonna double check my notes here real quick, but I don't believe Kindred has not pulled out the Zarya yet in the LCQ. So if that is something that Santana does, I am interested to see if Kindred matches that.
Matches the energy. And I think too, kind of finding where, in fact, if we're going to close this out, if you are Valentine, I think, you want to go into this and be like, let's just close it out 3-0. Let's close, But if, in fact, they're playing around with the roster and, taking their flex support into DPS, like, what, in fact, is going to happen? How will, and I love to see changes like this because it keeps it really, really interesting. But is it the risk that you want to take in the finals?
Yeah, that's kind of the question that it is in there for Venderive. You just played against this team. You lost 3-1. A change in the roster, it's hard to tell if it is a strengthening change or a weakening change or somewhere in between, just because we've literally never seen HAMR on anything that's not flex support. So it's kind of all up in the air as we head into Lijiang Tower. However, Venderive, they're hot. They have not stopped playing since we have started our stream today.
Know.
And honestly, I think endurance is going to start to become a concern if the series goes long. But you also have not stopped. You know what you're doing, and you are fully ready to face off against Valentine again.
I do believe that too. It's almost like if you're already this spicy, can you keep the heat going and work in your favor? And really, we need to see just the dominance come through for Venderive, show that they belong there. But yeah, the speed, coming here, it's just an absolute terror already. I mean, Tiny, we're here at the finals. We're having a great time. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Chat. I see you guys, hyped up, and we're so excited that you're here.
Is that Kindred Reinhardt I see?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I love this. Kindred used to pull it out back when Reinhardt was like still a hero. I think more of a hero now when Zarya's meta, but April sends HQ off the map and Rui gets a 2-for-1 with one of those connecting bolts onto the back line. Venderive just won that. Like, we didn't even get to see Kindred do anything because the team just kind of died all around her.
Yeah, I mean, Venderive just saying, okay, you guys want to make some silly changes? We're going to see if we can capitalize on this. And, if it... Okay.
Sorry, Mercy?
Yep, we see a Mercy coming in from Bernice.
That is a new... Okay, that's the first time I've seen that in competitive esports. Honestly, I think this year. So, all right, we like this. I like where it's going. It gives more power to the likes of HK. Unfortunately, it hurts Kindred. Now has even less healing behind her and can swap over to the Doomfist because you don't need to heal that nearly as much. Valentine are playing all over the place right now. It's weird, and Venderive know it.
It is weird, but I think that's in a sense like maybe a little trollolol here. But in fact, they are having some fun. But man, Venderive making a nice little dent here. Can they keep it up though, Tiny?
They should be able to. Missing that was disrespectful, and I think you got what you deserved for that one. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Valentine are holding on for a little bit, but yeah. You're eventually going to get reset. Santana, a much more stable presence in this game overall. And I am kind of starting to wonder. Oh, by the way, we didn't say this at first. Sunsha, I apologize for pronouncing that. That is AJMR, by the way, on the Soldier 76.
Yeah, a lot of roster name changes. Something that I'm also learning here in the LCQ, which is fun. It's like, yay, let's troll the casters as well.
I know, right? It's just got to make our lives just a little bit more.
Just a little. Just make my life a little spicy. It's okay.
Spicy's
oh my god! Speaking of spicy.
Yeah. Okay, and HK gonna follow it up, getting a little deja vu from the last time we saw this map being played. But this time there's a resurrection for Kindred. So even if you ended up losing that, hopefully a little more stall can come through. But it's AJMR, Helix Rockets onto Santana. The first time we're seeing them go down, and perhaps Valentine still have something to say here on this map, Lijiang Tower.
Santana going down right with the reset right here, Even in fact, they can find some opening here. Underdrive, all they have to do is really just kind of find the momentum that they just had before, but see Valentine, oh my goodness, making the plays here, Tiny.
Yeah, they're doing the tempo beat thing, which is either really bad or really good, and right now, it's really neutral. It's an even fight until Indrid hits a nasty punch on the 2, finishes off Cameron as they fell off the side of that pillar, but Santana's still alive on the Diva with April running it down mid, hoping for the best, but Kendra's Doomfist, if this can connect, when it did onto April, it would help, but yeah, just not enough. Vindrive are going to get this flip back over. A couple of staggered contests will come in, but they're at 99%, pal.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. If they can close this off right here, this would be so much fun, but can they do it? And they do! Wow, Vindrive just capitalizing on these crazy changes that Valentine decided, let's just roll the dice here, but man, are they trolling, or is this part of the strategy? Are they mental? What's going on, Tiny? What's going on?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you which one of those it is.
I love that answer, because sometimes we don't know. We don't know.
Right now, I'm going to chalk it up. It's for the content, because this is content, and it's interesting content. I did not say good or bad. Please note. Yes. We will be moving on to, I believe this is night. Yeah, this is night market. So same comp, I believe. Yeah, we're seeing the same comp from Vindrive. Yeah, Kindred's gonna stay on this Doomfist. AJMR will be towards the Tracer. So more reasonable comp if you just like cover up Kindred's profile right there.
Yeah, and Miss Sun moving to Pharah too. But man, this Doomfist, doing some work over here. I feel like almost Santana is just completely unaware, having to mobilize.
Yeah, that was a great set of punches, primary fires from Kindred. Forced Cameron to climb the wall right in the H-Key's grasp there. And Santana just doesn't have a lot of help, because April's Lucio can't heal, even if she really wants to help. Her tank will be demeched, and Valentine will see themselves towards the first cap, unless their team dies to a baby diva, which somehow did happen to Megatron.
Yeah, and you can just see, in fact, can they get some placement, hold this line. They do not want to give up this map as well, and I think they're going to try to do their best here to make sure that all lanes are covered here.
They are. I mean, AJMR has been marking Haruhi when she goes for either the high ground or more of these flank angles that Afreya likes to occupy. And Mizzen has swapped over to match that Tracer. And this is the hero we've seen her shine on all day long, and wants to continue to do that against typically a support player. So I'm interested to see how that ends up going. But for now, it's Santana who's feeling the burn, down to half HP due to a nicely timed punch out of Kindred. We didn't get healed up before a full re-engage happens, but it finds Megatron in their clutches. I believe that was a boot from April that knocked her out of position right into the Diva's path there. Will be a flip, or at least looking to get a flip back over for Vindrive. But the players of Valentine are still hanging around. Oh, Kindred. Ooh. That's not where you're supposed to go, Doomfist. I think it was an intentional reset, though, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. But, man, you could see here Vindrive just trying to do their best to hold this positioning. You can see the visual comms, too, coming through, and that's so important here on this map, or just important in general, but, like, especially on this map, because there's just so many lanes that, can be contested all at once.
Close pulse bomb there. Yeah, as you said, this is a very angle-focused map, which is why we see the dive comps. Kitsune rushes, meeting almost parallel to each other on the split through two different doors. That actually looks kind of cool.
That does look clip.
It's satisfying,
cool.
but not fun if you are Valentine and don't have a sound barrier at your back. H-Key is trying to even this one out, but doesn't have any supports. Actually, that's full supports on the other team. All right, this is about to be a bloodbath, people, and HAMR is the one profiting from it. Oh, almost gets booped out of the way, but Santana's remake is denied. There's only a 1v1 with these Tracers, but Mizzen comes in with so much more health, and her Tracer will continue to shine.
Man, I mean, I just think the plays that are being made here from Vindrive, it's like, okay, the comms, because we did get some intel that Valentine, things can get loud, and I wonder if, in fact, if things got louder with the different kind of placements that we've seen.
Oh no, the deflect, Cameron. Oh no, that's just not, you don't do that. If H-Key has that button in front of you, you don't shoot at her. But HMR actually gets the tip on a Mizzen. Pretty impressive nonetheless. But a scrappy fight is the one we're about to see, but it's more desperate for Valentine. They're the ones that need to win this point, otherwise this map is over. But AJMR, okay, cleaning house. This is a support player. Nuh-uh, Tracer main.
Yep. I mean, that was the cleanup that they needed.
Oh no, Haruhi fat-fingered it.
No. And they know it too, so they're definitely gonna put that pressure coming to their spawn area. Tiny.
Is that Roadhog? Santana Roadhog. I'm getting flashed. Wait, wasn't it Kindred playing it last time?
Yes.
Taste your own medicine, I guess. Santana wants Kindred to feel the same pain, but the pulse spawn. They got a little dicey. AJMR though will live. Can't quite say the same for H-Key. Santana hook, line, and sinker that one. But Valentine, we're in final fight territory here. Managed to even it out. Kitsune Rush almost online for Cameron, and that's going to be a key entry point, but already up in these picks. It's going to be a rushed recontest from Valentine. Your likely target to get there is HK, and the hook on a Kindred denies it. Vindrive, they're going to win map 1 in this series, where the last time Valentine were the ones to start out on the strong note.
Wow, Vindrive really kind of showing that if in fact you do make changes, they will notice and they will capitalize. So, you know, it makes me wonder if, in fact, they use that within their comms all along. And they made some great plays and also just showed a lot of dominance. My question is if, in fact, you know, Valentine, are they, you know, kind of regretting some of the changes that they made going into this?
We were a little silly. I think that's fair to say from that first point. And
just a little.
A little bit. They did reel it in for Night Market, and I think it did look a lot better. AJMR got more done on the Tracer than honestly was expecting. Still a very strong Overwatch player as a whole, despite only seeing them typically on the support. I think Valentine do have an opportunity to really pull it together for this series. It's just a matter of how experimental do we really want to get? Because I think there's experimental of we're trying to solve a problem, or experimenting just because we can, and this felt like a more we're doing it because we can and we think it's funny. So we'll have to see how that kind of story progresses through our series. But yeah, for now, Vindrive, I think winning map number 1 there, honestly, have much better outlook than where they were at this point the last time these two teams faced off.
I do feel like AJMR's playing definitely did put a lot of pressure there. So I think if we can continue to see that, that is something that I'd like to see coming through for the next map. But also just, I think when we were talking about it, you know, Vindrive is just coming in hot. They're still spicy from the last games. I know we talked a little bit of fatigue possibly being an issue, but I think when you have a lot of hype, it doesn't matter what time it is. You know, these are demon gamer hours for some of these players. And I think if anything, they're going to be like, let's just have a great time. We know what we're doing. You know, if they want to play and be risky, let's capitalize on that. And so I want to see if in fact they're going to play it safe, or they're going to continue on, you know, maybe, you know, for the plot, or for, you know, just closing it out. So we'll see.
Yeah, Vindrive too. I almost think they do have a slight bit of an advantage, having played this long. Like it's not like the adrenaline's been pumping this whole time. They're coming into this off of a win that, you know, was pretty instant. They honestly a bit of relief too, knowing that you already qualified for the championships and knowing this is for the seeding. I think it would feel really, really good for them to come back. But I mean, I'm kind of just thinking back to the interview that we had with Bernice at the end of the last series, where she was talking about how this team is really expecting to get the highest seed and win this LCQ. I don't think it's going to happen if you keep playing like that. Vindrive, by no means, are slackers. If you're going to even be a bit experimental, that's a team that will clock it fast, and you will pay the price.
Sure, yeah. And I think at this point, you know, the price, is it worth, you know, the plot and the content? But we're going in to Kings Row, Tiny. I mean, we love Kings Row. I don't know about you. The chat was hyped about Kings Row. I'm hyped about Kings Row. I'm just excited to see if, in fact, which bands we're going to have. And we look like Zarya and Genji are up on the bands here. I think that's a great move, for sure. I think this is going to make things really, really interesting, especially on this map. You know, I think if anything, Valentine's going to have to strategize and maybe go back to their basics. if what they want to do is continue, being the dominant in this series. But I'm curious, who do you think is gonna capitalize on King's Row here?
It's hard to tell because we haven't seen Valentine on this map yet, and who knows what they're going to do, especially after the pretext of last map. But Vindrive, clearly Valentine took their notes from the last series we just saw. They got to see it on stream as well, and knowing that the Zarya was a big asset to the team, empowering Missin or the hit scan on wherever that might have been. So taking that away, Ramacha will be back in. So I am wondering if that is where we see teams be more comfortable. Are we going to try a hazard on this point? It's not, I don't think that's either out of the question in this sense. One thing that is for certain though, I think a missing Tracer will be making an appearance at some point, whether she starts on it or not. It is the fallback and so far her best performing hero. If they do want to take this seriously, I think that is the direction. Or, you know what? Actually, they're the attacker spawn. I can't even say anything yet. But I will comment on Valentine because they are playing a normal comp, people. This is typical competitive Overwatch.
You're like, this is what I'm used to seeing Valentine do. So... in fact, will they make any micro changes of things that they've done in the past? We will see. Okay.
Double Flyer Mercy. That is not normal Overwatch, but Vindrive have played this before I believe it was their semi-final match in the LCQ last week. It's not an unfamiliar thing, so it's a lot of pressure on AJ Amar here to both deter Haruhi and Missin somehow at the same time. So maybe Sergeant kind of lock like a multi-shot mechanic, and you can make that happen. But like sees both the flyers, like, which one should I shoot? Ends up picking one, sure. But you are already down on H key. Not that the Tracer duel was too much of a presence in this specific comp.
Yeah, and you can just definitely see Vindrive just capitalizing here again on the high ground, giving quite the intel. Nissan using that pocket mercy to their advantage. But man, it just seems like if anything, AJMR really needed to kind of line in and where they want to line up these shots, because I think it's just so important if you are going to play someone like Sojourn.
Well, that was an attempt at a contest. I'll give Kindred A for effort there. Unfortunately, lost all her health in the span of half a second. So Vindrive, I don't think this is a comp that Valentine were fully expecting. And H-Key on Echo, I don't even think that's one I've seen in the years of casting H-Key. So an interesting swap, but a much needed one in order to contest this. Kindred's on the Malga now. Like, we are pulling out all of the Valentine comfort picks.
Yeah, I think all these games in a row have put Vindrive into a huge advantage. I mean, we talked about how being hot. I think they are spicy here. They're just having fun, but also finding... spoke a little too soon with that Echo coming down, but hopefully they can make some reset changes here.
Okay, AJMR, I see you. Again, very known for the Ana gameplay, can hit shots. The Kitsune Rush, however, it just did not get much value. Kindred died to Missin solo barrage, which is a very valid one. But yeah, there's just not much of a chance for the Sojourn to get much done there.
Yeah, and even though there was some shots that connected, having to reset with your team, and it's just something that you're burning time here, and Vindrive just making quite a push here. They have quite a bit of time here on their side.
Time for sure. A guaranteed contest, too, for Valentine. But already the Cardiac Overdrive from Kindred is out. So moving forward much further is going to be challenging. Rui ended up floating the duplicate onto the Malga herself. But not really getting an opportunity at all to charge this up. Couple shots out of AJMR, who had this overclock active, even with the perk, so extra damage. That's a second now for AJMR. Has been delivering on this DPS role. Very impressed with that. April, of course, moved the Resurrection onto the far end. That honestly buys Vindrive a new set of confidence and a new ticket straight back into this winnable fight. Kindred has been hanging on for dear life, praying to build up onto this cage fight, which honestly is the only chance for Valentine to pull this together. H-Key instantly burned out of the duplicate 4, but somehow Bailey's Cameron, who was crouching in the corner, it was quite funny, it was entertaining, but Missin is back, has the barrage on to do, and it is all fireworks going off for the attackers. There's a couple more meters here on this point, and they're going to come in with a pretty hefty 4-minute time bank.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is definitely on their favor, but just really the placement where everyone was just very tactical. I really love how they are just using this momentum, not just with the time, but just like with the motion with one another. And, you know, if in fact we continue to see this, this is, you know, I'd like to see Santana do some good action here. When perfect little view over here, Tiny, of Santana on this high ground.
Right? It does get spotted out, but there's the cage fight we were talking about before. Although it doesn't really get... Did I get anybody? I got nobody. Wow, that is worst case scenario for Valentine now, because it's Vindrive's turn to strike. They have all the tools they could possibly ask for, but Santana does end up getting denied the remake. Of course, April doesn't matter. She is the guardian angel of Vindrive and makes sure that everything is good to go. It's like none of it ever happened. It even gets... Bernice actually swaps over to Mir, the Mercy, in April. I think this is the first time we've ever had a Mercy Mir matchup in Calling All Heroes, which this is kind of crazy, to be fair, but with both how much impact these Pharahs are having, it almost doesn't seem fair for one of them to not have access to it. Duplicate form gets shut out almost instantaneously, and Kindred is just nailing shots into Santana. Can't exactly exist in this front line against the hazard, and you're seeing the struggle with how little verticality there is on this third point.
Yeah, speaking of verticality, I mean, all we've seen here is just, you know, seeing the Pharahs just throughout this matchup. But man, HK is just having a hard time connecting, even right here with the ult, if impossible, trying to get some picks over here. Is able to connect with 2 though.
Yeah, the Pharahs exchanging blows, but at the end of the day, Valentine have a tank. Vindrive do not. It wasn't all that. It's definitely more costly for Valentine. What was that? 3 ultimates that were committed from them on a losing fight. So that's a bit rough.
Yeah. Still a lot of time also on the clock. We got 2 minutes and 10 seconds here for Vanderdrive to keep with this motion. Finding a lot of contention here with, you know, Kindred just trying to connect here as well, right? Having to multitask.
Yeah, but this time the cage fight does actually hit Santana, so that's improvement. But this time Santana can just chuck a tactical nuke into the backline, gets Bernice, and ensures the resurrection is safe. So Vindrive at near full numbers here, only missing Cameron, whereas a full team kill for Valentine.
Wow. I mean, Vanderdrive just making it look easy, but I don't think it was easy. I think it's more or less just showing how the momentum is coming through and pushing that payload.
I mean, they almost get there, but the swap to the Venture, the Tracer, the Kiriko, all coming in as an attempt to stall. Megatron Kitsune Rush does force Vendrive to back off a little bit and make sure they don't lose their numbers. Knowing that resource is gone, and Valentine, their pockets completely empty other than a little ball of fuzz in the corner. And it makes sure that they can keep themselves at least floating for the time being. HK is resurrected, yeah, but a minute left and AJMR is still pumping damage into these players, landing these real shots. It's another reset.
Another reset. And really, in fact, this is, you know, where the time starts ticking away. They only have 45 seconds here to figure something out. Venderdrive definitely needs to be making some plays here.
They're going to look to do so, have both of their DPS ultimates online. Haruhi looks so good on the Sojourn earlier on in the day, but has been silenced. Look at HK pressure onto this Sojourn, but no, she manages to dodge away. The healing is there, but missing Barrage of the backline. That's going to land onto 2, and it's only Kindred now firing away with his punches, but her Nemesis form will end up expiring. Vindrive walking the payload home, and a key 17 seconds still available. A draw out of the cards for now.
Wow, Venderdrive just coming in with such confidence and dominance. I mean, 10 games in a row, that does a lot, I think, to the mentals. And I think just feeling very confident with the changes that they've made, but also against the team that usually doesn't take risks like this. I know you've mentioned before seeing like mirrored mercies, things that you haven't ever seen in the LCQ before. I think there's just like a lot of different changes that are happening here that are very spontaneous and keeping things very entertaining, but also could these be like missteps of, you know, things that could have been avoided?
That's something that you kind of have to wonder for this point. I think there was a lot of momentum on the side of Vindrive, especially coming off of a pretty solid Lijiang Tower win. And now that we're seeing Valentine play more traditional Overwatch and still end up on a back foot for a good part of that map, I honestly think that the mental is there for Vendrive. They feel confident in this specific composition that they've crafted with their double hit scan, or not double hit scan, double flyers, excuse me. And
the double mercies.
The double mercies, although they won't run it on the defense because it is a bit unstable on that part.
You think that if Vendrive continues this, would this is the momentum, you know, you'd love to see when, you know, you go against a giant, right? And you're like just dominating. It must be such great synergy and comms through that team right now.
You'd have to imagine. Synergy has been the name of the game for Vendrive so far, and unfortunately just caught off guard by Valentine's hero picks. Been the majority of the issue throughout the series today. I mean, losing Cameron so early on, because April's on the Ana now, you don't have a resurrection available. Santana is going to follow suit, and yeah, AJMR is in a position to get blown up by a Freya Haruhi. What in the world are these shots? That's 2 solo kills to her. Of course, 1 if you're not counting the resurrection that Bernice had. Now it's a Baby Diva 1v1 in the backline, and Santana is going to go ahead and win it. Oh, that's good. That's comedy right there, people. Valentine, though, taking this seriously, looking to get their second tick on the point. Rather resetting.
Yeah, and ticks they are. I mean, you could just see the firepower, the vertical firepower coming through, and very impressive Bernice reses there. I'd like to see it, even though, you know, I know you're not used to seeing the Mercy, but we'd love to see a good Mercy res.
We do. Bernice appreciates the kind words there. That's a second one for her. Coming on out, Kindred's out of mech. Santana and Missin have been putting down these layers of damage, and I do think that Valentine are going to have a hard time entering against this power that Haruhi has showed us so far.
Yeah, and speaking of power, you know, Santana has really have to be, you know, the pillar for Vanderdrive right now, and just kind of being like, okay, we've won this. Now, you know, let's show this defense. But man,
Vendrive just keep getting these picks. Yeah, Bernice is there to res them, but she can only do that once. So you can't really afford to be taking this much poke damage so early into an engagement. There you go, finally something to go right for Valentine, getting the pick, but here AJMR playing off the Kitsune Rush that Megatron has. Nano boost onto Santana, but they just can't lock down the Sojourn. So much healing being pumped into AJMR, knowing the range damage has the power. But finally, Valentine manages to clear the dust and get these final 2 ticks going.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely HKey's moment right there, and working along with AJMR's, you know, mobility, and also just rail shots just coming in, really clear shots coming through. And, you know, this is the lane right here that can really change a lot for Valentine.
I mean, you would think it's 1-for-1, but Haruhi, oh my gosh, what a bullet shot! That is a triple kill on one of what has been coined one of the most useless ultimates in the game. Insane value from her, and all right, that's one way to get a defensive stop.
Oh my, I mean, if you want to make a statement, Vanderdrive just did.
Yep. That's paid. That's really paid. I mean, Rui's already almost halfway to another bullet shot, which, I mean, it does come from the passive of Freya. I can't remember what it's called, but, you know, get enough kills, it works out. HK, though, does have the moving barrage perk, which works out very well for Santana's moving defense matrix there. AJMR getting the pick off onto Missin. It's not looking too great for Vendrive to keep this defense up any longer. And HK just soared over all of their heads, and nobody was able to turn around to get her.
Yeah. That placement there could have definitely been a little different. But you can just see over here, Kindred just trying to find an opening here if there's any higher ground. Just kind of picking away if possible. Trying to maybe lure them in a little bit.
The goal is we've seen before that Vendrive, they like to be the ones to go first and set the tempo. Best case scenario, you do it with the Kitsune Rush. Cameron already laid that one down. AJMR blown to bits next to a couple of sticky bombs, and Valentine, they're just not going to pass forward, paying respect to that little red carpet laid out by Vendrive, and we'll just wait for the regroup.
Yeah, no, Missoon changing up to Echo here.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Santana making a point there. letting HK know, we see you, but we don't want to be you.
Very true. Letting HK know who's boss. And actually, HK swaps over to the Tracer after that. So clearly had enough of Santana's Diva flying up in her face. Another bowl shot from Haruhi. That one nowhere near as spectacular as the previous. So Valentine will continue to slowly take this high ground, move forwards, eventually use the Kitsune Rush of Megatron, but it's at a weird angle. Vindrive have so much space to just back off and ignore that it exists in the first place. AJMR, though, aggressive slide into the high ground. But the sound barrier from Bernice, the only thing that will make sure that they live and get a chance to keep fighting. HK, though, has been weaving in and out of these players, looking for anyone who drops out of the spot, but even that just hasn't been enough. Kindred is out of mech, but hanging on for life for at least a little bit longer before Santana realizes the Baby Diva is in front of them. And Valentine, they really want to get this first point, but they're down to a minute and no tank. A reset has to happen fast.
Yeah, they definitely need some momentum, and with AJMRs going down is really what they did not need right now. But you could see just Vindrive just completely locking in right here, Tiny.
That is huge for them. Valentine, like, that's another just fight win off of that. At least 10 seconds, 15, 20.
Yeah, and the time is just not in their favor. And really, it's just going to have to be just some flawless Overwatch gameplay right now coming in from Valentine.
Hell, the thing for Valentine, though, they have 4 ultimates they're walking into for Vindrive, and Haruhi is still trying on this Freya. It's been landing all of these shots as needed. Even the Bola shot, it didn't end up hitting its mark. And Valentine, you have less than 20 seconds, a self-destruct, and a dead Tracer. Not exactly the set of items I would like to approach a final fight with.
Yeah, and it's just like one of these things as, you know, the time is just not working for them. Can they do something, Tiny?
And they gotta get to the point first. It's less than a second.
Exactly.
Yeah, somebody's gonna get a touch, but Bernice is already dead. Kindred attempting to get the remake off, which I believe, yeah, Kindred is back. But Vindrive, they got the sound barrier. Everyone seems unkillable. And Valentine, they are circling the drain. Vindrive, they managed to beat them in the first series of the day, but this has been all Vindrive from the start. Match point, rather, finals point after King's Row.
All I have to say is Vindrive. It has just been complete dominance coming through them. I think they set the tempo. They said, okay, you got some changes for us. Let's, work with that. But it just wasn't enough. And I think if we look back at what they could have done any better, I think Valentine just suffered. The time was just not also in their favor. There was just like a lot of missteps here for Valentine, but Vindrive just really kind of being the showstoppers of the matchup today.
Yeah, I think this was the map of Haruhi, too. I mean, she was having a blast on that Freya, which I'm shocked we haven't seen her play that all that much this series. It's mainly been leaning towards the Sojourn or even the Genji a little bit, if we have seen some sort of hit scan. But to bring that out now against Valentine, they just weren't able to match it in any way.
And matching is, some of the things that we did talk about, seeing like the mirrored mercies and things that you haven't seen in this series or ever in this comp. So I think, sometimes I think is the risk, worth the bigger reward, or sometimes keeping the continuity of things that that your team is good at in your favor. And I think that might have really, really hurt Valentine. But it also showed how you step up. And it's just great to see, a team do that and capitalize on something like that. So it's good stuff.
Yeah. It is good stuff. And Vindrive, they played, this isn't their first rodeo against Valentine. They had that match with Cap and Violet. They got to try things out, and it's that continued snowball, right? And you keep bringing that up and how important that kind of positive momentum is. I do think it is a little harder for Valentine. You're playing with somebody who doesn't typically play DPS. You're back to the drawing board of another substitution that you haven't been able to practice with until this matchup today. So of course it's harder, yes, but you want to try to set yourselves up for the best you can heading into the Calling All Heroes Championships in just a month. And I think New Queen Street is the best map to do it. If you were here for the last series between these two teams, you remember how much of a nail-biter this got to be.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about how Vindrive just has been so dominant, and now we have our bans. You know, we got Reinhardt and we got Tracer. I was wondering when this was gonna happen, and now it's gonna be really fun to see, you know, in New Street, how in fact, if Vindrive can actually close this out. It is match point. This is it, y'all. You've been tuning in. Welcome everybody to the Calling All Heroes a last chance qualifier finals. So if get your popcorn ready, because I think this is going to be a really fun matchup, Tiny.
Yeah, me too. This is an important map. I think for Valentine, it's where you have to start your reverse sweep, but for Vindrive, I don't think could have more wind behind their sails at this point in time. Yeah. You got to use that while you have it. I think the Tracer being banned, it scares me a tiny bit, just because when we've seen Misten be the most impactful, it's been on that Tracer. Pharah is still an option, though. It is a little bit harder, just because the sight lines are a bit longer and easier to contest with a hit scan, but I think that there are options. I just wonder, what other tricks are Valentine like keeping up their sleeves? What have they not shown us? Do they still have an ace card that they can pull out on this map, see if they can catch their opponent off guard one last time? Or is it going to be a reattempt of the Symmetra of what worked last time these two teams faced off?
I mean, they definitely didn't pull out any ace cards before. It's definitely more of a Joker card, and I don't know if that was something that they should have risked. But sometimes, like I said, sometimes big risk, big reward. Maybe they were just like, you know what? Maybe we'll try something new. But you know, if this is it for Vindrive, if they can close this off, if they can play the Overwatch that they've been playing. I mean, they have 10 plus games under their belt, Tiny. So I think this is like, they couldn't be any more spicier. They are literally habanero, ghost pepper, like spicy. Now they just need to show us.
Hey, speaking of spicy, though, we were talking about the sim. I meant that Valentine would play it, not Vindrive. It's just Misten who pulls out the pick, and so far, it's paying off quite well. And that was actually a sneaky teleport to get everybody out of the danger, and Misten to keep using for flank angles. I mean, they'll cleanly take the first fight because of that.
Yeah, and Santana just making that drive, making their stance known over here. Getting some picks, doing some great visual comms there for the team. You know, Vindrive just making that push. It's a pretty fast push too.
Decently. I mean, you're almost at the first point. I mean, Kindred instantly says, all right, we're going to play Symmetra. I'm playing the Doomfist. Shuts down April, but it's just not a stable front line. You go Doomfist, everybody on your team is now significantly more vulnerable to Misten, to Santana, to even arguably Haruhi. In a way, should she get herself in a good spamming position. We'll keep the payload going, but they will not reach the checkpoint yet.
Yeah, and you know, they're doing their best to get around this corner here. Kind of finding if they can get any picks over here. Oh, a little bit of a flank on this side, Tiny.
Yeah, looking for it. I mean, Ruhi ended up checking out a bola shot, but didn't quite land its mark. Cameron, though, there's the Kitsune rush that we're used to seeing. Always has had such a good pace on this all day long, but HMR on a long-range flank might finally be the thing that gets Valentine back into the fight. But that's not until the Photon Barrier comes out. Such a good ultimate to split the map in half, and Vindrive playing so safe. The lockdown, these forward spawns, and if you're getting any, I'm getting a little bit of a flashback to this previous New Clean streak.
I mean, not only flashback, but if you just see the kill feed, it's just the eliminations are just so dominant on the Vindrive side. They're definitely trying to set the tone here, but can Doomfist possibly get any picks here? Oh, is not able to connect over here, Tiny.
Yeah, just using some fun movement tech to get to a safe spot, observe the battlefield from a bird's eye view, but that's HK's time to strike back on her signature Genji that was banned away from her last map, and I'm seeing why that was banned. I wouldn't want to face off against her either. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though. Good on Karen for hitting the kunai, but too much damage was done. Valentine, look at their first meters of map.
Yeah, HK over here showing some kind of life. And, you know, I mean, I think it's right here, you know, really up to the DPSs really to kind of set the tone here. And if in fact Poe is not able to do so with Vintage Drive, yeah. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, Harui's Freya, not Farah, Freya. There we go.
Freya,
it's been fantastic since it's been brought out initially, and it's just not something you can easily match on a Sojourn. AJMR figured that out if they didn't know already. Kitsune Rush, though, this time it will be Megatron. Santana pushed into a corner, and the deflect, oh no! HK sends it right back, return to sender at Haruhi. It is a 1-for-1, though. Fun little exchange there. Santana forced out of mech, wants to try to redo it, but the punch from Kindred goes wide. Tragedy strikes, but not quite where you would think it would be. Vindrive can't quite pull it together, and Valentine will continue their push.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what Valentine needed. That H-key return to sender play really kind of moving things along for Valentine. And I think, you know, with this kind of play, you know, maybe Valentine can show a little bit of life here and see if, in fact, they can get themselves back on pushing this. It's pretty close here, though, Tiny.
Yeah, I don't think they got forward spawns, though. I think they might have been just short. Yeah, no, they didn't quite tag it, but Harui's already dead. A very immobile switch towards the Cassidy means it's easier for HK to just leap at you whenever she feels like it. But the Symmetra from this, it's going to make it hard to go forwards. Kindred knows it, so they just throw the Tidal Blast onto her, grabs 2 off the back of it, feeling rather immortal, and honestly, we might be looking at a lead change with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some changes that need to be made. I mean, it's so close. We got 5 minutes on the clock, Tiny. These are the placements here. You got like the high ground, and we need to just see who's. In fact, it looks like HK's holding on to that high ground up there.
Yeah, HK is trying to more so make sure that Haruhi couldn't stand there, but decided that wasn't the greatest idea. This time, though, Dragonblade gets denied. Well-timed boop from April. Keeping her out of the faces of her teammates. Valentine just had Kindred in the backline. And that's the problem with Doomfist. You let her live long enough. Kindred is just going to hit multi-stuns like that and get these massive punches. It disrupts enough where you don't even need a Dragonblade to get it done for you. That's the lead gain for Valentine.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some echo chamber, Valentine heard that, you know, they don't want to end it just like this. Knowing that it's match point, maybe there's some ways that they can figure things out, and definitely making a push over here. A little bit of a Sombra change here on Vendor Drive.
Yeah, they had the swap, but they're already telling on Haruhi. AJMR has been playing spectacular on the Sojourn, at least since the Freya was taken out of the mix. And even Santana making another swap, just to try to deter HK, but even that's not enough. Still manages to find April before the sound barrier is up. These picks just don't start coming. Eventually, Vindrive end up losing a couple thanks to Haruhi, and because of how close we are to Valentine's spawn room, they're going to be able to stabilize and get a flow.
Yeah, I mean, it's HK's definitely been that kind of catalyst to what Valentine has needed here. But, you know, it's still, still a lot can happen with 3 minutes on the clock. So I think what we need to see from Vanderdrive is really a clean set of ults. If they can stack this up, I mean, Zarya's pretty close. We have Cassidy here ready to go. Can it be the ult that they need to wipe it down?
Well, all the ults already happened because the sound barrier was used to block AJMR, and by the time the Tidal Blast was used to engage, Santana was already in AJMR's face, so it all just was for naught. Vindrive get to hold on to most of their major tools, only using April's to make sure they could weather the storm that has been AJMR so far, and tags forward spawns again.
Yeah, definitely HK being such a dominant here for Valentine. But can Santana do some work here with the Zarya? Going up against this Doomfist, you know, the mobility is just so different.
Yeah, I mean, the Graviton Surge got to be the win condition for this team. I mean, Kindred is already in the backline, so Santana isn't as concerned about that, other than maybe bubbling a teammate. You ignore Kindred and you walk at the rest of the team. And that is exactly the mentality Santana has. Graviton onto 2, and both will end up getting buried 6 feet under at a third to that pile. And suddenly, Vindrive, that lead, it is coming close. They're going to get a flip again. And Valentine, they have their backs against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been one of those things where they now need to use the momentum that they have. Can they push this through?
I mean, Vindrive, they are on the brink of winning the LCQ. It is one fight that separates them from the victory right here, right now. But Missin already shut down. Deadeye traded the Genjis and shut down the HK's Dragon Blade. That was the best shot for Valentine to get re-engaged. Now they need to wait and hope that they can survive long enough. But the shots from Haruhi, they're landing. Someone needs to chase her down. It was Santana, but she can't stray too far away, or from Kindred, but she can't stray too far away from the payload. AJMR lands onto 2, and it seems there is still a breath of life in Valentine.
Man, the HP that, you know, that Cassidy had was just so minimal in that. It was just quite impressive coming from the Vindrive team, doing their best to hold on to this dream, trying to close it out over here with this match point. Can they do it, Tiny? This is going to be quite impressive if they do.
Dragon Blade into the back. Missin gets knocked down. The Tidal Blast perfectly timed. Bernice made sure that HK was in a position to shut out. No chance of that ultimate to turn them away. And with Kindred falling down, it should be smooth sailing from here if Santana and Cameron can stay on their feet, which seems to be the case for the time being. It will be a flip of the point. Valentine are going to walk this as far as they can before overtime starts.
I mean, here is the difference between who could be, you know, showing their chops, their skills. But man, Missoon, can they do it? Oh, unfortunately goes down, Tiny.
It's honestly good that Missin went down there. It was already a rough stagger. You missed the respawn wave, so you need to get as much time to regroup with your team as possible. Next fight will decide the map and potentially the series, the LCQ finals as a whole. And Vindrive, a sound barrier into a Kitsune Rush, all that they have to work with. It's used out of respect for AJMR early on, but Santana so close to a Graviton Surge. It could be the end all be all for this team, but they need to find the angle to lock it up. It hits onto 2, into the back, make that a 4. It's a huge Graviton Surge, and just like that, the light has gone out of Valentine's eyes. Vindrive are your Calling All Heroes LCQ Finals winners.
Wow, I mean, we just showed you greatness coming through from Vindrive. Congratulations to them. I mean, it was just complete dominance from the very beginning between the first map, second map, and then just closing it off right here and just kind of showing like how sometimes even though you might want to experiment, might not be to your advantage. You know, I think in their mind, they were playing a lot of chess here. They had so much to work with. Congratulations to Vindrive. They are your last chance qualifier winner for today. I mean, Tiny, this has been so exciting. I know you've seen such crazy things, new heroes that have never been used before. Some kind of strategies that you've never seen. I mean, I am so curious to get some of your thoughts on this.
This is the final that Vindrive really wanted to pull away from it. We got to follow their journey for 11 maps today, which is ridiculous. That
insane.
Is the definition of this is a marathon, not a sprint. And even at the end, I'm not sure if they really ever stopped sprinting. It was always giving it their best shot, and in particular, Missin had a standout day. We got to see a ton of light from Haruhi at the end, and of course, this brand new support line, right? We haven't seen Cameron and April in Calling All Heroes yet in its history. So with those two coming in to play with this already existing core of collegiate players, it is a great combo, and I'm expecting great things from this roster when they head into the Calling All Heroes Championships in a month.
Yeah, I mean, the championships is right around the corner. It's happening December 6th, guys. You guys are want to lock in. Make sure you're following all the socials. I hope you had a great day today, just experiencing all this. I mean, just to think that this is just a stem from, you know, the Overwatch Esports community and how you can be involved. I'm sure that a lot of them, you know, they're probably really hyped right now talking amongst each other, because it does take a lot of stamina to win this much, to play 11 games in a row like this and not miss a beat. And I think, you know, they were playing chess today in my mind. Like, you know, sometimes some teams play checkers and some teams play chess, and I definitely think they were like, the synergy was there, the momentum, they had all the motion that they needed. And I feel like in some way they also were having a lot of fun with what they were doing. And I feel like that could be a great recipe for success.
I think fun was definitely part of all of these games today.
Yeah,
you know,
there's a lot of fun stuff.
some more than others, I will say that. But I do want to give a bit of a tip of the hat to Valentine as well. I think this team has.
Oh my God,
they had to go through a ton of changes. They had the win once, couldn't get a second time. Had to play with subs. You know, this is a team, a roster that is a signature name in the Calling All Heroes scene, and they would have been a misjustice to not see them come back in the championships, but we have them there. They will be our 8th seed. I think they have a ton of potential, and seeing them at full strength with the players that they have set as their starters, it could be a different ball game. Vindrive as well. I think that this is they're the 7th seed for this. It could be a massive difference in who their first opponent will be. Just heading into that, but you gotta say Valentine, they gave it their all, but it was just not in their favor. Vindrive know what to do when the wind is in their sails.
You're right, and I think it's so fair to give them their flowers, and such a great matchup throughout the day. But we are going to set up for a fun interview with the winners, but we're going to do it right now. We're going to go to a little short break. We're going to set that all up for you guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome everyone. If you're just tuning in, we are just about to wrap up here the finals. It has been quite an event here at the Last Chance qualifiers, finals day. I'm here with Tiny, and I think it's just been so eventful to the point where we've just been having a great time. We've been laughing. It's been a comedy. Like, I think I've gone through so many play styles today that I've never even known about. And thank you for bringing to my attention some of the things that haven't been used here in the LCQ. But what's really exciting is that there can only be one winner today. And we finally get to have a winner's interview. So I'm so excited to bring on Santana into the mix. Santana, hello, how are you? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was like a fun day of games.
Yeah, a fun and long day of games. How's the team's stamina? Are you guys like ready to clock out, eat, and fall asleep?
Yeah, I think Misson already went to bed.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah,
That's
I
reasonable.
think April also went to bed. She was sick today, so.
Oh, wow. Okay. Some intel comms of the team's health, but I just have to say, great work today. Just one of the things that, obviously we've just seen such greatness from your team. I want to know who out of your teammates you feel like really was the standout in the MVP. I know you can't use yourself, but I would like to know, who really impressed you today.
I think. Well, I've played with all these players except for Cameron before, but
Okay.
I think Misson's really good when Tracer's not
Yeah.
banned. So I think I'll just give it to Misson. But actually, wait, Quinn actually did play good on Freya today. I mean, Haruhi played good on Freya today.
Okay.
So I'll probably give it to Haruhi.
Okay. And and I'm gonna send this to a question because I know it's late for y'all, but it's been quite an impressive day for you guys as a team. Did you guys have any idea that Valentine was gonna make such changes today with who they were gonna place and the changes, like from someone who is their flex hero or supports to their DPSs? Did you think that that was some of the changes that they would do, and did you feel like you guys capitalized on that?
No, I didn't even know their
Okay.
full roster, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, no, we were just wondering because it was for us. We had not seen it, and I know Tiny hadn't seen it, so we were just really curious if you guys were like kind of internally new, but the fact that you did it makes now more of an interesting story. So, Tiny.
That was very cool. And I want to pull this in a little bit because talking a little bit about newer things, April and Cameron, at least as far as I'm aware, is it their first time competing in Calling All Heroes? And then you combine that with part of your collegiate roster from Grandview. What has that been? I know you've played with most of these players before, but how has the team meshed so far? Kind of coming from two different worlds in a way.
I've played with April a lot because she's on my Faceit team. So I just like basically had to introduce April to like Misson and Haruhi, and we just added Cameron because I think they're the only available flex support, but it's still like good because Cameron's good. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say Cameron's pretty good. I'd agree with
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that. Okay.
Well,
Then,
I'm yeah, Tiny, go ahead.
well, okay, so then I also want to throw this out there too, is because you've also swapped around teams quite a bit throughout the year, and now find yourself here for the LCQ, qualifying for champs. Like, how are you feeling about this roster in particular, being the one that you're going to continue going ahead with, especially with the amount of experience that you have already playing with them?
I mean, if it wasn't for this roster and I wasn't on DK still, I probably wouldn't have been playing Call. But I played with Miss on before, like in the last circuit, and I think she's really good. So I think it's like she's really fun to play with. So, and like all the players on my team, so that's probably why.
Well, I feel like we have gotten so much praise for your team. And also hats off to you for doing such an amazing job and being kind of that pillar for your team. One last question. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to your fans, your community out there that was watching and supporting you through all the games tonight?
Thank you for showing up and watching and cheering us on.
That's all you can ask for. Well, get some rest. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Santana, an absolute goat, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Well, Tiny, great questions there. Kind of using some of great intel for us for the championships coming up here in December. And it shows quite a lot, but I definitely want to kind of wrap this up for everyone who's been watching tonight. And also, just if you're tuning in, we would like to kind of show you what we went through today. It was quite fun. If you are joining us, the Calling All Heroes, this was our upper bracket today, Tiny. Some of the players just really kind of showing where they need to be placed, placing and finding themselves a secure spot for the championship. And we saw Valentine definitely making the stance early on today, but man, what a day that we've had.
11 maps of Vinderive, if you really think about it that way. But
yes.
Yeah, I think this is actually one of the very few times that we have had the team who qualified for the grand final from the winners final end up getting upset by the same team. So that's a pretty cool thing to have happen, and a great note for Vinderive to keep moving forwards on. I think Santana has, we kind of got to hear from them, really appreciates getting the opportunity to play with people that they are familiar with and they really enjoy being around, and wouldn't be here without that kind of companionship. So that's really cool to hear that they have that synergy both in and out of the game because of it. But overall, we had our 4 teams that came in. 2 of them came out with an opportunity to compete in the biggest tournament of Calling All Heroes of the year. Where there, we will finally crown our monarch for the 2025 season.
Yeah, I mean, what's been also great is the storyline that we had with Vinderive. We just had this winner's interview with Santana, and just hearing that, like, players were just optimal with health, like when you're playing sick, like, and you still have to continue 11 games here in a row, no breaks, or very minimal breaks, but still continue to have that, like, your blinders on and that winner mindset. And also, like you said, the power of friendship, having, your best buds with you to close it off at the end is quite a great story. Some of my favorite stories in esports. So, and they made their mark. And I think that's what's so great here, and the storyline that I like to see going forward in the championship.
Yeah, and also one thing that stood out to me this tournament too is the amount of new players we still get in Calling All Heroes.
Yes.
Every single edition, there's always new people that are looking to get their shot. They see this tournament, and that is for them, and it's a great spot for a lot of our women and marginalized gender competitors to get their start, to get their feet wet, but also have the exposure to get more opportunities in the world that has been competitive Overwatch Esports. So it always makes me so happy to see that on every single team that we got to see today.
Yeah, I mean, it is just one of those things that I think, as Overwatch has, 10 years of building this incredible community, they're constantly expanding. Like, I feel like they're having such a great year, and to have a program like this along with Radiant, I think it's extremely pivotal right now in esports. It's something that we need so bad. I think the world needs a little bit of happiness and good storytelling, and it's just fun to see. And it's been such a pleasure working with you. I am so excited to catch your collegiate stuff. I know you're always all over the place. So I'm, if you're not following Tiny, if you're part of the Overwatch community, please go follow her. She's incredible. I've been learning so much from you, just listening and hearing the stories throughout this seasons that we've had here with LCQ. So it's been so fun.
It absolutely has. It's a pleasure to work with you, Pancake, and have you on Overwatch for the very first time here at Calling All Heroes, and hopefully not the last. I would love to be back here.
No, I would love to. I mean, it's just been an honor to be here in front of the Overwatch community. This game has a very, very special place in my heart. It's one of the shooters I've have been pretty loyal to since my gaming and esports career. I always dreamed of just being like a sliver of part, and whether if this is my first or last time, I will just hold this opportunity very close to my heart. And again, congratulations to everyone who participated. Thank you to the community for being so stellar in the chat and being so kind and lovely. I hope you guys get all the wins and complete your battle pass on time. And yeah, it's just been so fun. I'm so grateful. So grateful. Very happy.
I know.
So,
And it's
that's all I
very
have to say.
sad that
So grateful.
I know. It's very sad that all good things must come to an end. But
This is true.
We'll put this off to we'll see you next time. And by next time, we mean in about a month. December 6th is the start of the 2025 Calling All Heroes Championships. So mark your calendar. Make sure to be there. Support all of our players and continue the rise of our up-and-coming women and marginalized gender talent. But that's going to do it for all of us here on the desk today. Thank you to Pancake, of course, our production, admin, social media, and Radiant for making this happen, and we'll go ahead and see you in a month for the championships of the Calling All Heroes season.